And we're live. Hello and welcome to the second day of the fourth annual PulseChainConference.com. I'm your host, Maddie Allen, and we've got a great show for you tonight. We're going to be hearing from many awesome speakers in the Hex and PulseChain ecosystem, and I'm really excited. We're building on the momentum of last night when billionaire Richard Hart retweeted the conference and told people to tune in on X and YouTube. We also had crypto billionaire Brock Pierce speaking for an hour-long interview with me, along with the many other speakers that we had that made the night so special. I just want to take the first minute or two here to recap how important and special it was that Brock Pierce came on the stream last night. This is a man who is rumored to have mined Bitcoin so early that he lost a hard drive with 50,000 Bitcoin on it. That's over $5 billion in today's money. So that makes him more famous than the pizza guy, the Bitcoin pizza guy, or the guy who lost his hard drive in the landfill, all that kind of stuff. Brock Pierce is the richest actor in the world, and he co-founded the most profitable company per employee in the history of the world, Tether, which is the OG stablecoin. Brock said in our interview last night that he didn't invent the idea of having a stablecoin, but he figured out how to do it. And so it's just really incredible to see PulseChain continuing to build momentum over the years and continuing to be something where it's going to be a force to be reckoned with in the future. And probably I would be willing to make the same prediction with Tether not being accepted, being gatekept everywhere in the past. And now it's the #1 stablecoin in the world. I would love to see PulseChain follow that same trajectory and start off as the most gatekept thing and then become the future of money. And so, this is really cool for me to introduce this hour-long segment right now that we're kicking off with. And we're going to hear from 10 or 11 speakers doing their testimonials for about 5 minutes each. And so up first, we'll have Cryptobella. And then second, we'll have Chain Temple. And we'll keep things going. And so I'm going to do a musical intro for the first transition here to start off the hour-long block. And then we'll bring up people one by one. Go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button. Share this out. We're continuing to make history with the #1 DeFi conference in the world, PulseChainConference.com. And we'll also be thanking our sponsors tonight, Texicoin.org, Pateus.io, and Pulseland.io. And we'll actually have a talk from the founder of Texicoin here later in the segment. And so huge shout out to all of our sponsors that make this conference possible. And then also we'll be giving away more money from Pateus. So looking forward to that. So you're in the right place. Welcome to the 4th annual PulseChainConference.com.
That's a Hex flex. Making money, yo, we going by the X's. Yeah, Hex, all we know about is excess. Turn a fiat on ramp to an expressway. That's a Hex flex. Hey, that's a Hex flex. Making money, yo, we going by the X's. Yeah, Hex, all we know about is excess. Turn a fiat on ramp to an expressway. That's a Hex flex. Hey, yo, we up next. Shut up with that scam mess, cause we up in Hex. They showed a lot of disrespect, now they can cut the check. They had a lot to say, well now they can't say nothing else. They had some gains, things changed, now it's nothing left. Hey, money went into some means, ended up and left. Hex is up and to the right, they up and to the left.
Hey there, Cryptobella. Welcome.
Hi, Maddie. Thank you.
Yeah, it's great to have you on the conference. And are you going to be doing your 5-minute segment solo or with me on screen?
Yeah, I'll do it solo.
Okay, great. I'll let you take it away. Thanks.
Okay, awesome. Okay, hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here today. And Maddie, thank you again for organizing and hosting the conference. A quick disclaimer that I wrote down what I'm going to say. So if it looks like I'm reading, I am. I'm really grateful to be a part of the Pulsechain community, and I think that I can best show my gratitude if I express myself coherently and don't lose my train of thought, because I'm kind of nervous. I had an experience recently that allowed me to reflect on the reasons I love Richard Hart and why I feel so fortunate to participate in anything he does. I grew up figure skating. I still love to skate, and last weekend I had the opportunity to attend a workshop with Nathan Chen. For those of you who don't know, Nathan Chen is the 2022 Olympic champion and truly the greatest of all time. Obviously, figure skating and crypto are worlds apart. However, I think there is significant overlap in the qualities of people who are the best in the world at what they do. Most observers will only see and remember the final outcome, the moment of triumph, the place in history, the heaps of praise. They will laud the talent and the fortuitous timing. But Nathan Chen did not receive his crown by way of lucky good fortune, and Richard Hart's legacy will not be a product of serendipitous success. What struck me most last weekend was the amount of precision involved in attaining this level of greatness. I've always had awareness and respect for the work ethic of champions, the discipline and the persistence, the willingness to get back up and try again and again and again. But I realized last weekend that I've often overlooked the precision that informs every move. I believe that we are all about to witness years and years of precise calculation unfold before our eyes. I believe we've already begun to witness it. I feel honored to get to witness the execution of a vision that is so vast and so precise that I know there are layers and layers that go far beyond my comprehension. Last weekend, when Nathan Chen talked about his jumping technique, I did not feel like I was listening to a skater. I felt like I was listening to an aerospace engineer. It was so humbling and really quite thrilling. Since he graciously understood that he was not in the company of other engineers, he distilled facets of his technique into more palatable segments. He said that his technique is comprised of 3 key factors: axis, power, and timing. If these 3 factors are in alignment, he explained that very little rotational torque is needed. This I did find to be strangely relevant to crypto. Another really cool part of the workshop was getting to watch and personally experience the way Nathan Chen interacted with those of us in attendance. He talked to every single one of us as though we were worthy of our place in that room. Instead of talking down to us from the throne of an elite Olympic champion / aerospace engineer, he met our eyes with respect and a genuine desire to teach us what he knows. Between these 2 men, Nathan Chen and Richard Hart, each of whom are the greatest in the world at what they do, it is this shared quality that I admire most. To witness this kind of humanity by people who have achieved so much is very inspiring. It's incredibly moving that Richard Hart has fought on behalf of all of us and that he genuinely cares about each of us having a better life. I feel very fortunate to be where I am and be a part of this community, and I'm so looking forward to watching this unfold in real time. Maddie, that is all I have.
All right, great. Awesome. Well, I appreciate you being on the panel last night, and also that awesome speech just now. All of these segments will be clipped up and released separately on the Pulsechain Conference Twitter channel.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, well, thanks so much, and appreciate it. Up next, we have Chain Temple. Welcome.
Hello, Matty. How are you doing? Super
Good.
to
How are
see
you?
Great. Thank you for having me. Now, for those of you that don't know, I'm Neon Prophet via X at the Chain Temple. I've been around for a while. I'm a big payday hexagon. So I've seen the ins and outs of this ecosystem. But recently I started making content, and now I've got a background in finance and data. And really my day job is finding the story behind the numbers. So that's what's pulled me into making content on Pulsechain. Now, I do have a video that I'm going to play in a moment, Matty, but I thought I could sit here and talk about the low fees, the speed, and the burn supply. It's all very interesting stuff, but if you're watching this, I imagine you know all that already. But
we love all levels of explanation, and unfortunately, I looked at the video, and it might have some music that could be copyrighted, so I won't be able to play it at this time, but we will be able to release it on the Pulsechain Conference Twitter page connected to your talk. And so we can't play it live, but if you want to go ahead and speak for your time here, and do you want to do that with me on screen or solo?
I can do that with you here, Matty, seeing as we can't play the
Okay.
video, if that's all right. But I will also
Sure.
release it on my own channel. So yeah, but like I was saying, what's kept me here all these years was our culture, the culture we've all built. And we're rough around the edges. I don't think anyone's going to deny that. But we've got builders and we've got entrepreneurs in this ecosystem who don't wait around to ask permission. And sometimes that can be very rare in this space. And over the years, I've saw many people in Pulse Chain talking in a way that perhaps only the inside, well, their insiders could understand it really. And I felt like if we wanted adoption, I felt like I've got to make the story clear enough that someone new can get it in like one sitting. So that's
Right.
basically what I've been doing with Chain Temple, basically explaining Pulse Chain and Pulse X in the form of short stories, usually like 3 or 4 minutes. Sometimes they're kind of commercial forms, and sometimes they're a bit more deep dives, and we go a bit more deeper. But hopefully with enough depth that even the veterans are still going to respect it. So, and one of the greatest things about this ecosystem is, you've probably all seen it yourself. We've watched people come in cold to this ecosystem, and within a week, they're talking about liquidity, burn mechanics, and yields like they've been here since day one. And I do think that's the power of Pulse Chain. And
Absolutely.
also, on a personal note, Pulse Chain and Pulse X are one of the most underrated economic levers in DeFi right now. And for where I come from in the UK, given the current situation, where sometimes it feels like our freedoms are getting squeezed day by day, I do believe that Pulse Chain could actually be more relevant now than it's ever been. So for me, it's pretty simple, Matty. Pulse Chain obviously has the tech, and Pulse X has the burn, and the culture's got the grit. And I'm just here to try and keep telling that story, because I feel like when the next like wave of eyes land here and start looking at us, hopefully they won't just see a chart. Perhaps they'll see a network that's worth sticking around for, like I did way back
Right.
when. So yeah, that's pretty much my segment, Matty.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say.
Well, I like how you brought up the values and the content creation and everything, and it breaks my heart that I can't show your video because it's very good. And I would, so why don't you go ahead and plug your channel and tell people where they can find you?
Super, thank you. Yeah, I am YouTube/ at Chain Temple. Please come and check me out if you've got a spare few minutes. Let me know what you think. All feedback's good as long as it's productive, good or bad. Let me know. Or reach out and say hello if there's a story or a tale in the Pulse Chain ecosystem that you think, it might be worth me looking into. Then I'm all for it. You just come and let me know.
Awesome. Well, I certainly can't do this for all of our speakers, but I'm going to go ahead and drop your YouTube channel here in the live stream so
Thank
people
you.
can subscribe just like I've done just now. And yeah, that way we can get your content out there. And yeah, I appreciate what you're doing and looking forward to checking out more of your videos.
Thank you, Matty. I really appreciate it. Much love, and have a good night, everybody. Cheers.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Take care. And up next, we have Eric. Hey there.
Hello.
Or should I say howdy?
Howdy, partner.
So are you going to be doing your segment solo or with me on screen?
No, stay on here with me.
Sure.
I don't know exactly. I don't have a lot to say, but I want to say that.
Your audio is a little bit low.
Is it low?
Maybe just speak a little bit louder, be a little bit closer to the microphone, and we'll be able to hear you better.
I'll speak louder. I heard about Bitcoin for the first time in 2012 or 13 and started studying. And by 2017, I was trying to teach people about Bitcoin. I was proselytizing. And nothing. Everybody calling me a scammer, calling Bitcoin a scam, saying the government's obviously going to shut that down. There's no way they'll let all that stuff. And Now it's not really like that with Bitcoin, obviously. We have BlackRock. The biggest money managers are involved in Bitcoin and saying the same things that I was saying 8 years ago. But to bring it to Pulse Chain, I feel here the way that I felt about Bitcoin then. When I go talk to people about Pulse Chain, I get all of the same kind of reactions, and then I have that same feeling that we are building. And I can't say it much better than the last guy just said. The way PulseX is an EXE, no one else did that. No one else thought that through and built it like that. The sacrifices for freedom of speech and freedom of movement. I don't know if I don't know where you are on with PDI Maddie right this moment, but if it works, if that thing is real, and if it works, holy shit, that is the biggest thing that's happened in crypto in a long, long time. And even if it doesn't, we still, the way he did Hex, the way he bonded us all together this way for 15 years, the community, the tech, and then the world going where it's going. And Bitcoin, in a lot of ways, being bought out. Uh, yeah, I'm really happy to be part of Pulse Chain. And Swami says this is where the cypherpunks are. I think that's a great way to say
Yeah,
it. I feel that way. This is where the builders are. This is where the people who are pushing stuff forward and actually building tech is actually made to help the masses of people. I'm happy to be part of it. I feel like this is where it's happening.
absolutely. Yeah, yeah. There are so many people on Pulse Chain and that are adjacent in the ecosystems that they have been early in tons of other cryptos, and they say the same thing you do, that this feels like a better version of the cryptos that have made it when they were early on.
Yeah, the builders, to have people like you who have been doing this for so long, so consistently, have so many people, and
Twice,
so many people
yes.
who are so ready and willing to step up and build shit. The rest of the industry gatekeeps us, and we build it ourselves. And then to tie the money part into that, that's what you're looking for in markets. You want to find something that is awesome and that currently everyone hates. Because if even 10% of those people turn around, that's where all the opportunity is.
Oh yeah,
I feel like when I did some part of like helping to build Bitcoin. When I was helping to build Bitcoin, I felt the mission. I felt so good about being part of that. And I feel the same way right here.
awesome. Yeah, and that goes for the core coins, and you even mentioned one that's not a core coin according to some. And I gotta say, the chat yesterday, they were dying for somebody to talk about PDOT. I said,
I,
hey,
I'll just say it
we
was
might get
Richard
some
Hart.
speakers for that, one of these rounds.
I'm not pitching it. But I would say it is Richard Hart created. He did a system state fork. He didn't have to do a system state fork. By doing a system state fork, he's the creator of all the copies. And then I'll just say if it is real, if it's real, if it has been a plan this whole time, if it works, if he pegs PDI, if he prints himself $20 billion out of thin air and lets us ride along with him, that would make Pulsechain the talk of all of crypto. I think that would be the most important thing that's happened in crypto, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Uniswap, PPDAI. That's like that would be what I'm blanking on the word. A magnum opus. Yeah.
Pays de la resistance.
Even if it's not, even if PEDI is only a meme coin, still all the other stuff. We still built the foundation. We still are the builders. This is where the cyberpunks are. We're still the people who are pushing crypto, the old meaning of crypto. We're the people who are pushing for it. We're the people who are teaching people how to use hardware wallets. We're the people who are
Right.
teaching people how to do stuff right. And
Yeah.
the Bitcoin guys are now sending people to the banks again. Put your money.
Yeah. Well, yeah, somebody should have told me to bring up PDI to the founder of Tether that we had on last night.
Mm. Yeah, I wonder what he would say about that. I
But
mean, it is. Tether has a blacklist. Tether now, basically, the U.S. government owns part of it. If they tell them to shut someone's account off, it's going to get shut off. And that's like what Bitcoin was made to fix. Bitcoin was made to fix so I could have my own money and nobody could shut it off. And if we could have a stable coin that is that same way, oh my God, that would be so cool.
I mean, the way that I look at it is like, if there was a good enough argument presented by the streamers that like get listened to by like the OA or the whales or whatever, like a lot of that stuff happens when people figure out how to explain it. Like, you know, turn off the hex inflation. All right, cool, done. Like, you know, all these game theory things. And, you know, I think if the whole PDI thing, if like, you know, creating an infinite money glitch, if that was like being explained correctly, then it would get done with Pulsechain too. You would have, like, you know, you'd have an opportunity to have greater liquidity between Pulsechain and Ethereum or Pulsechain and Bitcoin than any other exchange if you have a huge supply of that. And then even the Ethereum chain would need to like route through Pulsechain in order to get the best price. And so that's Hart's law. So like, you know, if I know a lot of people who thought that that's what was going to happen with Hex whenever Hex you know, got split into two, and that never happened. And so it's, you know, it's curious, and I think it's something that people need to keep explaining, you know, better and better if they really think that they've got all the angles figured out. But hey, I like anything that makes Pulsechain valuable and even more importantly brings monetary freedom to the world.
Amen. There's I don't know where in time. The Liberty swap to me is another big one. If they do truly integrate privacy into their swaps, you can swap into Pulsechain for 0.3% fee and gain privacy, and then swap out to any chain. That will drive
That'd be cool.
billions of dollars of volume through Pulsechain. Like I do that kind of stuff, and I pay 2 or 3%. If I could do it for 0.6%, obviously all my volume would go through here. And there's so many people who hate Pulsechain, but if they could save 80% on their privacy fees, they will route it through Pulsechain.
Yeah.
And we're the builders. That's where it comes from, being the builders. When you are the group of builders, then you can just keep building and looking for different ways. And one of those is going to go through and hit it big and bring a bunch of volume to the chain.
Let's go. Well, yeah, I really appreciate you coming on. I guess we had some no-shows for this hour, so that's why we got a little bit of extra time here to chop it up. But yeah, really appreciate you coming on the conference, and looking forward to hearing more from you in the future.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Take care. Up next, we have a crypto story. Welcome back.
Matt, hey Matty, how are you? You okay?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good now. Good to see you again. And yeah, thanks,
Likewise.
Matty, for putting this on, and thanks for everything that you do.
My pleasure. Are you gonna do segment solo or with me on screen?
Yeah, solo's fine.
Awesome.
I just have a little rant, and
yeah, that sounds great. Looking forward to it, and I'll let you take it away.
No worries. Yeah, so here we are, guys. I mean, you know, another conference is happening right now, and you know, I feel really blessed. I feel blessed to be here, and you know, it's like I got here a few years ago. I got into Bitcoin going back in 2020, and you know, I learned a valuable lesson. After I got burnt, I learned that I got to do my own research. You know, and it was an expensive lesson to learn, but you know, I'm glad it happened to me, because it taught me to you know, to be very, very careful. And moving forward, then I got back into crypto, and you know, I used to see these people coming up online everywhere, and I used to be saying, who the fuck are these Hexagons? why am I seeing these people everywhere? And they started to kind of do me head in a little bit because I'm just seeing these guys everywhere. And always talking about Richard Hart, and I went to look at this Richard Hart guy then on YouTube, and I seen this guy come up, and I actually thought that he was Iron Man's, the guy out of Iron Man movie, Robert Downey Jr.'s mate in the movie, and I just thought it was some Hollywood guy trying to start up some crypto. But after some time, then I got to see I got to see this price going up, and it was a while before I actually got to understand how it all worked. And when after watching so many videos, and Wales only one, he taught me a lot. But it took a lot of time for me to realize and become aware of what actually Hex is all about. And it was like an aha moment when that happened. I was like, fuck. And it got me so excited. And then I got to really, really dig in and learn about Richard Hart and see what he's about. And I see what he's about. And, and it amazes me how, you can either like him or love him. But the people that don't like him, how they jump on the bandwagon and it's kind of ridiculous. But that's okay, because I see that he put himself on the line to market Hex back then, and today I look at the community, and it upsets me how it can divide, and it's like you got these haters. You got haters about, and it's sad to see. We got haters in our own community, and let's call them, instead of calling him a hater, let's call him a muppet. So you got this muppet here, right? And he's stirring negative drama in the community, and then someone else to jump along on side of him, and all of a sudden then that these bunch of muppets have a community within the community, and they don't serve us no good, they don't. They're all they do is online, and they just badmouth lots and lots of other people in the community, and that is not cool, But it's like it is what it is. This is the world in which we live in, and the world is a reflection of who we are, I guess. But on another note, I'm here for the ecosystem of Richard Hart, not just Hex. It's Hex, Pulse, and Pulsex, and Incentive, and both Hexes, and that's why I'm here. And I'm here for the 15 years. I'm staked up to the last. And I'm happy that I am. And delayed gratifications taught me a lot of things, not just in the crypto space, but in life. And I got to learn. I've learned so much how learning about crypto and the RH ecosystem, how it can show me how a lot of stuff works in all areas of my life, and that amazes me. Here I am now, and what's my plans here? My plans is to stay focused on my future self, and just like Matty Allen always talks about, investing in my future self, and that future self is investing in my time. It's all about where I'm putting my attention. Obviously my some financial investments, but my attention and where it's going and where I'm putting it. And it's like I'm always trying to better myself and try and be the better version of myself. And I fuck up all the time. But I get to understand that when I wake up, I'm an asshole. Just try not to be an asshole on the day. I think that's all of us in general, and try and be a positive impact on the people around me. Otherwise, what's the point? And I think we try that in the community too. And this is what it's all about. And I'm sure, Richard Hart, his goal, this is his goal. His goal is to make people better versions of themselves. Why else would he even write these couple of books that he has out, And it's just the way it is, I guess, But yeah, I'm here for the long run. I'm here for the long haul, and yeah, I guess moving forward, I will just put one foot in front of my others, and I will stay in my own lane, and I won't be. I learned a valuable lesson too, where being online, especially on that Twitter, when I'm engaging in people I don't even know online, and they might say something I don't agree with, and then I would jump on the bandwagon and I reply something back, like I done today. I replied to a message to somebody, and that message was me supporting someone else. And then some other, let's call him a muppet, come back at me and told me to take this person's penis out of my mouth. I mean, what a, and I was ready to engage, ready to go back, but I thought to myself, why would I even give this fella any of my attention? Why? What's the point? And I never did. And I had a better day because, there's no point in engaging into people like this because they don't serve us any purpose whatsoever, And I just stay in my own lane and focus on me and the people around me. And, as I said before, I feel blessed. And not just that, because, I can see what it's all about, and I can see that future self, and I can see things opening up, but also for the people around me, for the people who's going to, if I'm going to do okay, that means the people around me, close to me, is going to do okay too, and that's special, Where else are you going to get that, Because it's not about me, this whole thing here, this whole everything here, it's not about me. No, it's not about me. But it's like it helps bring me awareness. And that's what it's all about. We're here to learn, here to grow, here to learn, and here to grow. And I don't have a lot much to say here, Matty. So I'm going to shoot off here now shortly. And again, Matty, I just want to thank you for all that you do, because you know what? There's a famous, I love this saying. There's a famous saying, and it's like, it said, "What you do speaks so loud, I can't hear a word you say." So it doesn't matter what you're talking about. I just see the actions that you do. And Maddie, I see the actions that you do, and you know what? You're a soldier in the space, and I just want to thank you and fair play to you. Just keep doing what you're doing, and you're doing great. Swear to God. Much appreciated.
Thank you for
Maddie.
the kind words, and thank you for speaking again for multiple conferences here. I really enjoy your talks and enjoy your voice in the community. So keep it up yourself. Appreciate you.
Salute to Maddie. Come on, fair play to you.
Thanks. And up next we have Okachobee. Welcome.
Yo, how's it going?
Great. How are you?
Good.
So we've got you up for your 5-minute talk here. Do you want to go solo or with me on screen?
I can do solo.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you take it away. Thanks.
All right. Hey, everyone. It's Okachobee. I'm a gaming content creator, music artist, and I've been in crypto since 2021. I got involved in crypto because when I found out about NFTs, I was like, oh, wow, this is great for creators. And then I realized crypto was bigger than NFTs because I took the dollar cost crypto and the cultivate crypto course. And that like blew my mind of how big crypto was in general and how revolutionary the space is. When it comes to technology and finance, and how it's pretty much incorporating everything in our analog world, even more digital. And so I found out about Hex and Richard Hart through that course, and I was a part of the Pulse Chain Sacrifice and Pulse Sacrifice. And even before then, what drew me closer to Hex and Pulse Chain was Richard Hart himself. Watching all his live streams, I was like, wow, this guy is saying a lot of things that a lot of people seem to be afraid to say. And he's just saying it. And like he's doing it for the better good of humanity. And so for the Pulse Chain Sacrifice and the Pulsex Sacrifice, we sacrifice for freedom of speech and we sacrifice for freedom of movement. And those are great ethos for the chain as a whole, because with all the censorship that was going on even back then, 2021, it was crazy. And that's what really drew me into crypto because of all the censorship, and blockchain is censorship resistant. And so even though it seemed like it just went over like a blip, Richard Hart did beat the SEC um with the case against them, and it was fighting for our freedom of speech, stating blockchain is speech. And that is a great fight to have, because with all these social media platforms, censorship, like we don't know what's going to be happening in 5 years, what all the power they have. I mean, even before Elon Musk bought Twitter, it seemed pretty dystopian online of what you could say or what you can't say, or am I gonna get removed from all the platforms if I say something the powers that be don't like. And so with blockchain being speech and it being censorship resistant, we don't have to worry about that. And if Richard Hart is making the chain privacy first, that is a huge ordeal too. Because having a new chain like that with privacy at the forefront would just be great for the long run. And so with all the innovation that's coming on this chain, with all the people building on it, all the people coming in from other chains, seeing how much of opportunity it is here, is why I like being in Pulse Chain, and why I like being invested in it, and why I see a good long-term outcome of it. This is the people's chain. Anybody could have sacrificed for Pulse Chain. Anybody could have sacrificed for Pulse X. And so, yeah, it's just about bringing more people in the chain and finding out all it has to offer. Back in 2022, I did end up writing a song, Pulse, the Pulse Chain Anthem. It was a song for Pulse Chain. I wrote the song, I made a music video for it, which you can watch on YouTube. It's streaming on all platforms. And actually, currently, I'm in Chicago, and I'm going around and performing some of the other songs I have out now. And I'm also performing Pulse, the Pulse Chain Anthem, and it's fun seeing people to be able to like dance on the street of Chicago to the song. So I'm doing a little marketing of what I can. And like I created a song in the first place because like the community is the asset, not the code. And I've learned so much from the community. I wanted to give back in a way that I could. And so like the education that you can get from this community is a great asset also to be in Pulse Chain. There's a lot of people online ready to help you if you don't know anything or you want to learn something. And so that is a great asset that this community holds. Other than that, yeah, this is a Pulse Chain has a bright future because of the leader Richard Hart. And even though he hasn't been streaming as much as he used to, we all do sense there is a plan involved in the long-term positive impact that Pulse Chain is going to have. He did tease a little marketing coming soon. We don't know, but probably in a few weeks we're going to hear about it. And yeah, Ethereum is really starting to tick up now. So this is the perfect time to really start getting the word out that Pulse Chain is here. You do have free copies, which is a great also marketing point. You do have your free copies on Pulse Chain that people can get ready to grab. And I think a lot of people still don't know that. A lot of people still don't know that if you held any tokens before the chain launched, you have your free copies waiting for you on the chain. And I think that's a marketing point that I feel like should be tackled more. But in time, I think people will realize that and bring people on board. And so like yeah, with Richard Hart's vision, whatever he plans his marketing for Pulse Chain, I think it's gonna have great outcomes. And hey,
Hey,
is my time up?
we're getting there, and but loving what you've shared so far. Do you have a final thought?
Final thought is, yeah, you can check out my music video online, and my song Pulse Anthem is streaming on all platforms. I do have NFTs out on the Mitcha platform. That my NFTs are drawings that I've held going all the way back to elementary school. So I scanned them all, and then you can own a piece of my childhood on the blockchain. And I also have a music project coming out next year of songs that I've written going all the way back to 2012. So plenty of things in the works, and hopefully I can grow with Pulse Chain as it grows, and we can grow together as a community.
Well, I'm a fan of your crypto music, and I actually had the pleasure of hearing you perform live at one of the Pulse Chain Tour events, and so that was really awesome. And so I hope as Pulse Chain gains more notoriety that we'll get another chance to hear more performances from you.
Definitely.
Awesome. Well, thanks a lot for being on the conference again this time, Okachobee, and hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Thank you for having me.
All right, thanks. Awesome. Well, we've just had a number of banger testimonials here, and I've actually got a video to share. I haven't added the Pulse Chain logos on top of it yet, but we're going to fill up some time here for the next 18 minutes with a special segment from a previous stage manager for 5 different Hex and Pulse Chain conferences, Sticker Guy Win, and second best Hex documentary in the world creator, Tom Peter Gillespie, and probably funniest, #1 in the world, funniest Hex documentary creator, Tom Peter Gillespie. These two living memes are going to chop it up for 18 minutes. And I haven't listened to it yet. And so this is the world premiere. And if they say things that are going to get me pulled off YouTube, you know, we might not hear all 18 minutes, but let's give it a try here. With no more further ado, let's hear from Sticker Guy Win and Tom Peter Gillespie.
All right. Hey, what's up? It's Sticker Guy and Tom Gillespie. How are you doing?
G'day. How are you? You right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what time zone you're in, but I'm trying to keep mine a secret so that the overlords won't find me anymore. I might be in an airplane right now, traveling with the speed of light in the opposite direction, so I have more time while my hex stakes generate me income, right?
Makes perfect sense, actually. But you realize that there are certain time zones on this planet that put preferential treatment on the hash rate of the mining algorithms, and so some parts of the world they actually pay a lot less for transaction fees on various blockchains. So it's good to put yourself, either on an airplane, constantly moving to where the hash rate is most optimal in the mining algorithm, or get close to wherever Vitalik's operation is, which I think it's in Euroland, right?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's in Canada. Isn't that guy decentralized like eternally? Like there's no right.
Well, I caught a film. I think Cointelegraph put out a documentary the other day about Ethereum and about the Ethereum Foundation, and there's been this grassroots effort from within that community, and they've created the Ethereum Community Foundation as a direct competitor to the Ethereum Foundation. Did you see that? Did you catch that film?
No, I didn't. To be honest, the last few months were kind of like could have been better. So I took like a little break because I was like, hey, I'm in it for 15 years. So if I take like half a year to get mental healthy, it should be fine. So I was focusing on my studies, and it's going quite well.
What are you studying?
Oh, I'm studying computer science now. Like when I started with crypto, I was still a construction worker, and then Richard opened my mind, be like, crypto is much more affordable than working a 9 to 5, especially in construction. So now I'm having a really good time in my life, to be honest. Like studying is cool, being with young people, learning about the things I love. It's great. I really enjoy the time, and I spend my time programming and figuring out things. I recently learned how containers work, but I've still like the problem is the more you know, the more you know what you don't know, which yeah, but step by step is fun. So yeah, I'm
Oh,
still deep
more
into
power to you,
crypto.
mate.
Huh? Sorry.
More,
What?
more power to you, mate. Good on you.
Yeah. They said only founders and holders get rich. So I was already a holder, so there was no other option than becoming a founder. So I'm trying my best. What have you been up to the whole bear market? Like it's almost the bear market is almost the bull market is almost over. Like maybe a few months, maybe a year, but
Yeah,
the bear market.
I don't follow it too closely myself, but yeah, I've been focused. I mean, the last couple of years since the Hexkins doco came out, I've been working on the Degen Generation documentary, So just chopping that up.
I was I was waiting for your invitation. I was giving my best to be a degen. I bought PDAI, I bought PREP Bitcoin, I bought all the shitcoins. I created so many shitcoins myself to get your attention, but you never called.
Well, listen, I can tell you that you do feature in the Degen documentary
I
at
do.
the Pulse Chain conference, which fucking hell, that must have been the first one. Is this the
The,
third one or the fourth one?
it is the fourth one, but Pulse Chain isn't out less. Like we did Pulse Chain conferences before Pulse Chain was live.
Launched,
So
right? Okay, yeah,
I think this is the fourth.
yeah. Because the clip that I have that I'd cut in there was actually when it was you and I and this other fella. Um, fuck, I forget his name now. I think he was also a German fella.
Or maybe Proof of Beard.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. And he
But he's not
suggested,
German. I think I don't want to dox him. I think he's really cool. That's
yeah,
where he's
no,
from.
he was fun. And in that little segment there at that conference, he said, Gillespie, when are you going to launch your own fucking sacrifice or your own coin or some shit? And yeah, you'll see how that kind of unfolded. Obviously, the G'day token came out.
You did a sacrifice for the good day token?
No, the G'day. No, the proof of beard fella wanted me to do a sacrifice, but we started talking about doing a coin or whatever, the Gillespie coin, and that's what the G'day token ended up being.
All right.
It's been live now for fucking over maybe 2 years already.
Yeah,
How
time
old is
flies,
the
right?
Pulse Check? What?
Time flies, yeah. Sometimes I like we made some coins and we played around with liquidity to learn how Atropa works, like to understand it ourselves better. And me and Crypto Sparbuch, we went to Zurich to meet the developer, and then Tom Gillespie, you were invited to the Pulse Chain conference, to the Pulse Chain Tour Europe thing from Crypto Sparbuch, and we missed you so much. You were we would love to have you,
Was
and
that the
we
one in
were very
Amsterdam? Was that the one in
yeah
Amsterdam?
yeah
Yeah.
Amsterdam and Munich and Lisbon and I'm missing one, Frankfurt maybe, not
Yeah, no,
sure.
I was out and about traveling, so I wasn't able to make that. But I remember that invitation, and
Yeah,
I really wish I could have made it. So I'm hopeful
we
that you'll do it again sometime soon.
we definitely will, and you're like you're our top priority. Like you're the top priority, and then second is Richard. Like it's really close, but we think that you are like wow. Together we can take the world by storm.
I got a feeling you might be right, mate, actually. But
Yeah. So
you know, I got a lot on my plate at the moment. I got to finish the fucking DGen doco. I think I'm about 80% of the way there, so I've got about 20% left, and I'm hoping to bang it out by September. Not September, no, that's not possible.
you should time it to get it on the top when everybody is screaming top is now, and then I see the documentary. Then I'm like, I've never pressed the sell button, but then I might consider it.
Well, yeah, that's tough call. So what? That would be around Christmas time or something, right? Or January.
Yeah, yeah. Depending who you ask. And then if you look at the last Bitcoin cycle, it made a weird double top, which now it's different this time, right? So not sure how it will go, but it could be a double top two, could be a top in the middle of the double top,
Yeah, I don't know
depending who
what you're
you.
talking about right now. I don't trade myself, so I don't follow the charts and stuff. I screen record the charts now and again for the documentary movie films that I make, but
Mm,
I don't look at them on the daily or anything. And actually, usually when I do look at them, I have to look at the like weekly or the monthly chart,
yeah,
get a better idea of what the fuck's going on. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, yeah.
There are people there on 5 minute charts, 15
The
minute charts. What
the
are
1 second chart is where you find the real information. Yeah.
what the fuck
The
is a 1 second chart? My God.
the chart of the transaction. Like when a new transaction comes in, it is shown. No,
Oh, okay. Right, okay. So that's
so
like yeah, that sounds
it's
like
high
fundamental
frequency.
DGen stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you consider yourself a DGen?
Um, no, no, actually, let me think about it. I'm trying not to. Like I'm having my core coins and I'm DCAing into them. But then it's like if you just, or I think if I would, I'm not a maxi. I think the maxis are right most of the time, but I don't want to be a maxi because max only a Sith deals in absolutes, right? So I think having some exposure to some other coins, for example, like PREP Bitcoin, which I think is a great coin if you are okay with the downsides it has, like the admin keys and stuff like that. But then I think those are really cool things. And then I'm trying not to degen into each shitcoin. I'm rather trying to learn how to program them myself and make them better. And well, let's say I'm happy where I am. I'm making progress. I'm making progress. I'm learning new stuff. Sometimes I make mistakes. Sometimes I make good things. I think it's a grind for the long term because we're here for like if my stakes will come up in like time has passed, so it's 13 years I think from now. So I have time, and if I got it right at the end, or the closer I get, the better it will be. I'm not
And
in a rush. I want to make it right.
are you going to write your thesis on Hex then in your studies?
I actually did write some papers. Like in university, we can decide what topics we write on, and I did one about Hex specifically. I did another one about liquidity providing on PulseX and like Uniswap V2. And I'm going to write another one about visualizing blockchain data. I actually have made really great progress in visualizing liquidity positions and stuff. And the others are like some of the Pulsechain community people, they have much more experience than I, and they are much quicker. So they got some good stuff. And yeah, I think it will still take some time because I was a construction worker, right? So I have to learn from scratch, but I think I'm on the right path and I'll get where I want to be.
Oh yeah, mate. Skills for life, eh? I mean, arguably a data scientist, sorry, a computer scientist is like the equivalent of a construction worker in the digital realm, right?
It is, yeah. There is surprisingly much similarities on building things digitally and building things in the real world. And I think my knowledge and understanding from the past is actually helping me. But sometimes it's also blocking me because I have internalized some wrong things, which I need to get right. So yeah, I think we'll meet again next conference and keep the people updated. And everybody, if you see the Degen documentation, it's definitely a top signal, right?
Yeah, mate. I mean, well, and also the Indican project as well that I'm working with my filmmaker mates.
Yeah. Tell me
So
about it.
those are intricately connected. The Degen doc
Mhm.
will only be available through that Indican, well, the streaming end of the ecosystem at least.
All right.
So eyes peeled on Indican. You can check out the filmmakers and the team and the light paper at indican.com. It's something that I would love to get feedback from and have had very valuable feedback from many Pulse Chain and fellas and Hexagon fellas. So
Mhm.
that's the long-term project that I'm hoping will come to fruition within the next, well, depends how you determine fruition, I guess. But it's well sort of described in the light paper, which is a light read for a purpose, because most cunts don't want to read a white paper. It takes too fucking long, right?
Yeah. And
But
sometimes you just want to hear about a thing, but don't make a like 50-hour long deep dive. So yeah.
well, that's it. It's some people work on impulse, especially like degens, right? They like literally fucking ape into shit. And then other fellas like they got 1,000 questions, they want to know more and more. So that's why it's good to have to sort of give the options to both types of well, all kinds
That's
of
true.
stuff, right? How deep do you
All kinds of degens are welcome on Pulse Chain. It's so cheap to trade. It's so cheap to hold. It's even cheaper to hold than to trade. Wow.
Mate, I'm confident that most degens are on Pulse Chain. They're all
I think the biggest thing in crypto right now is that there's not all the degens are on Pulse Chain right now, and that means there's so much sell pressure sitting on other chains,
Mm,
and most of them might even not know that we exist. They might see us, but it's more like we're in their unconsciousness, but we're not like they haven't realized yet how great it is here. Like it
no,
really
it's
is so much fun
really
doing stuff because it is so cheap and even I can afford it. Like on Ethereum, when I wanted to program on Ethereum, I couldn't afford it because I can't afford $5 to $50 for a failed transaction, which I was just trying to see how it goes. Yeah, you have testnet, but testnet, especially in terms of liquidity, kind of works different and you would have to build all the things before you can test. So on Pulse Chain, it's more like, let's see how it goes.
yeah, and it is the Pulse Chain conference, but arguably the story about Pulse Chain being a competitor to Ethereum is no longer applicable. It's more Solana or this Sui network. There's a lot of
I don't know.
more.
Never used them. Oh,
Oh,
I did some research on Solana, but it was more like their block explorer. And they like I think on the technical side it's all EVM chains, so they kind of work the same.
But I think those are also layer twos, right? Whereas Pulse Chain is a layer one. So
I don't know about Sui. Think Solana is weird and Ethereum is also a layer one. And there's also I don't know. I think I think, I don't know, Pulsechain is great. And
Yeah, no, and I understand why there are so many people that continue to love Pulsechain. And it's the 55555, right? So that's what it is.
that's what keeps the core, yes.
I
And it will. And the hexagons are more like Spartans. They're like, not many of them exists, but they stick together. Sometimes they fight, and that's great. And sometimes they reunite, and that's even better then.
Yeah, no, it's
All
like
right.
it's been a wild ride. It's like like watching a country kind of beat itself up a bit, you know.
Yeah, we'll get back up. I think that's it for our time. Thanks everybody for watching. Support us. StickerGuyWin.pulse. StickerGuyWin at X. And thanks for CryptoSparbu for all the support over the years.
Cheers, fellas. Cheers, Sheilas. Until next time.
Awesome. Well, always love to hear from those two, and really appreciate them. We ran that talk 1 day early because we wanted to keep the program going here. And speaking of keeping the program going, I want to do a quick giveaway of $160 worth of Pateus tokens. Go ahead and type. Wait, don't do it yet. Hold on. I got to get my giveaway tool up. StreamYard.com/giveaway. And the magic thing that you're going to put into the chat is PLS. Type PLS into the chat right now in order to be entered to win 3,000 Pateus tokens. And we've got more great stuff coming to the stage here shortly. This might be your best odds of winning because oh wait, yeah, people are joining fast now. All right, this is gonna be a fast one, so good thing you guys were by your keyboards. Here we go. And the winner is MAK Yank. Go ahead and DM me on Twitter, x.com/MATI all in. Go ahead and DM me on Twitter right now. If you want to claim your winnings, send me your Pulsechain address and I will send you your winnings. Awesome. So we're going to continue with another amazing panel. We're going to have Whitney Magic, Saint Wolf Vision, and Fast Abdul up here. Right after this 30-second musical interlude. Thanks for tuning in. Hit the like and subscribe button.
Tell all your true friends, sacrifice some coins to this new sense. Stake it till you make it 55.55, but don't cry, dry your eyes when your old coins die. Pulsechain will be insane and the gains will reign truly. Snack on blockchains like my name is Scooby. ETH got a strap down with gas now, but Rick's about to burn the fees up just like a joint getting passed around. My whole Hex fam be all bros with Lambos. Worst nightmare to this crypto like Rambo. It's going up like a ship to the stars. It's always giving the creator, he must have a rich heart. Pulsechain gang got me all covered in bling. They're covered in rings. Ricky keeps doing his thing.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Hey.
What's up, Maddie? How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good, man. Thanks for having us, and thanks for putting this together. This is awesome.
My pleasure. Yeah, I'm excited to hear from all of you, and you guys will be able to chop it up and speak all things Pulsechain. You guys will have until the top of the hour, so I'll let you take it away. Thanks.
Let's do it. So
We're taking it
guys?
away.
You feeling bullish?
Of course.
Feeling very bullish, extremely bullish.
What's going on that's bullish?
What's going on that's bullish? Well, there's vans about to hit the road.
Oh yeah, I'm liking the vans. I like
Yeah.
vans better than Lambos. Nobody agreed with me, but yeah, vans are gonna save the day. Vans delivering massive, never before seen marketing.
The vans are going to make for great memes in the crypto world, crypto Twitter.
Totally.
Yeah.
Add
When do
some
they hit
rock-
the road?
What do you guys think of the marketing proposals, or well, the marketing that's going to happen? So it's going to hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of electronic devices sent out to a mysterious mailing address of, I'm guessing, people with money. What do you think is going to be sent out? Because we don't really know, except for that it has batteries and that it's kind of like book shaped.
Whitney,
I mean, my bet is around some Pulse, but we'll see what else comes on out there.
Yeah, I think they're giving away free Pulse.
Richard, the man that loves free stuff.
Could be.
Could
Yeah.
be. Could be.
I think it's going to be a little TV thing that you're going to open it up and it's going to be like, Richard Hart here. Hello, by pressure. Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it could be a funny like infomercial.
Yeah. But wait, there's more.
When does it officially like hit the ground or start hitting homes or whatever? Is there some kind of idea?
I don't think we don't have exact dates, but we sort of have like, because there's containers of these things, like hundreds of thousands of whatever this electronic device is, coming in multiple containers, like 40-foot shipping containers on boats, presumably from China. So I think they start arriving like, maybe late August, early September. I bet you it takes 10 to 15 days to get them into the mail system, or the first batch. It'll be an ongoing process, obviously. So yeah, maybe by mid to end September, people are receiving these, and then we start to see some effects. I don't know what the effects will be, but it won't be zero, right? Like it is going to have an effect, especially if you start talking millions. Like if millions of these go out, like that might hit some national news chains of because it's never been done before, right? Like an electronic device of some type being mailed out by a crypto kingpin, like it's not boring, right?
No, it's not boring.
He keeps things exciting always. I mean, think about how many of us would like wish and pray, like, can we get one in the mail? And none of us. Well, we'll see who all gets it.
There's going to be a secondary market for these, I think, that will be going to hexagons. The thing to remember is like we are for sure not the target, right? Like
no.
Like this is going like traditional mailing, which is actually a pretty effective marketing technique if you're targeting people over 50, like sort of between 50 and 65, especially people that have money, right? And they get something, an electronic device, probably with audio video, in my opinion. They're going to be interested, right? They're going to find it innovative, and they're probably going to like look at the message, right? So like the target is probably not us. It's going to be people that aren't already on Pulse Chain, right? And that's the big thing to remember. Like Postcards 2.0 is not targeting you. Do you guys think that green candles may coincide with massive never before seen marketing from one source or another?
I'm guessing that it would only make sense that God candles have to line up with this. I don't see
it
any
would help
other
the
way
marketing,
it
in
would work.
my opinion.
Yeah. Why go through all this work, have people start opening this up, and then they go to their computer, look it up, and then they see a flat something going sideways? No, it makes sense if they start seeing something happening, right?
Yeah, like ideally a little before they get it. Before they get it, there's a green so that they get FOMO, not after they get it, right? Like you get this thing, you're like, oh, what is this? Never heard of it. You go look at it, and you're like, oh, I'm already a little bit late. Oh, there's another green candle, like, and you could generate that FOMO effect, like I don't want to miss out. But yeah, I think seeing like a flat line, would maybe not be the win. Seeing some green candles.
Red candles. Look it up.
Richard, he would never let that happen. I mean, he's already started it from the past month, and then it already got its first lift off. So that's the whole thing of just painting a pretty landscape.
Well, if you look at Richard's recent posts, like he's been pretty bullish lately compared to, I don't know. and very active compared to the last 2 years. Like saying like literally just bullish pump statements about Pulse Chain and why it's cool and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I really like it.
I like what he's been posting lately. It's creating like the perfect combination of mystery and confusion and bullishness. It's very arousing, right?
Yeah. There is some intentional confusion there too, isn't there?
100%. 100%.
Yeah, I have a lot of ladies. I have a lot of ladies in my community that are like, "Can you decode Richard's tweets, please?" And
Really?
it's just been fun too. Like as more people come into the space and they're like catching up with Richard's lingo and crypticness, that
Yeah.
they're like, "Get me on board, please."
Yeah. I personally like, like the cryptic posts are fun. I like the not cryptic posts,
Yeah,
right?
same.
Where it's like, he's basically saying Pulse Chain is awesome. It's gonna moon. That's my interpretation. No, not financial advice, but like the ones that seem very literal. Like the one with the train where he talks about Pulse Chain breaking all barriers. Like that seems like it was just straightforwardly bullish about Pulse Chain.
Yeah. When using the train reference is interesting because generally a train, there's a set time, right? It has a schedule, right? And you have a certain amount of time to get onto the train, okay? And if you don't make it on the train, well, the doors close and it takes off. And they move quite fast.
Yeah.
And they move at a very particular, direction. It's just a straight line. It's not like a boat or something. It's not weaving all over the place. But you got to get on. You got to get on before it leaves the station, so to speak, right? So I think it's interesting that he's called it the Pulse Chain train, as if he's kind of saying, look, the train, he says, it's coming to town. It means it's going to stop in town. And you have a certain amount of time to get on this train. And if you miss it, that's it. Train's going to leave the station without you. So we might see. Yeah.
I feel like there's still time to get on the train, right? Like we're still in the half of SAC price sort of range.
Yeah,
what are you getting from your people, Whitney, on, is now a good time to get on?
Yeah, well, at least I think that what Richard's doing, at least what I've been feeling into, is just like there are certain ranges. Like, so even going to the train analogy, like you can hop on the platform at this point or that point or that point, but he's definitely pricing it out. He's being like, this price is off the table now. So definitely for a lot of us who've seen the lows, like I think that that's very easily off the table. So it's just a matter of like, when are you going to hop on the train? And it's like, you buy crypto at the price you deserve. So I feel like that's what's happening. And we'll start to see that as more of the momentum keeps on going up on the marketing side. But yeah, that's kind of what I've been feeling with a lot of the people in my world too.
There's still time.
Yeah.
There's definitely still time.
There's time. Yeah.
For sure. And like a lot of, I think it's also, it just goes back to whatever your strategies are. So like right now I've been like absolutely loving printing a lot of coins in the RSI ecosystem. And so like we've been getting a lot of core coins at this time, which just really means like the train can wait. Like I'm accumulating every single day. And even just having that patience in strategy too, I find just helps give that space to be like, if it's another month, if it's another 2 months, if it's another 3 months, it's fine. And just making sure you have strategies that do help you with whenever those timelines do look like for you.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And Richard definitely seems like the kind of person who wants to allow as many people as possible onto his train.
Absolutely.
Like it's not just going to take off. Like I think he's going to let it hang out there. So when you get this thing, you look at it, you'll look at the chart, it'll hang out there. It'll tease you. It'll just stay there. Train might be delayed at the station for a little bit, but when it does leave, it's going to leave. But he's going to give enough time for as many people to get on board as possible. Like genuinely think so. But then
this might be a good one for you, Wolf. What do you think the train's destination is? Like where are we going?
We're going to SAC price, and I think the move to SAC price is going to be pretty quick. Yeah. I think that'll be the next destination. Will be SAC.
What
price.
happens when we get to SAC price? Like how do like pro traders and like bigger money entities look at that number?
It'll be a big station. It'll be a central station. It'll allow a lot of people to get off who just want to get off the ride. But it'll be a place where I think you'll see a lot of possibly the people who get this mailer. That may be when they get on, because maybe they'll get it somewhere between where we are now and there, and those that look back at it will see that, okay, it's moved up and it's moving up, and that's probably when most of those people will get on board around SAC price possibly.
Yeah. And that makes sense, because if you look at the SAC price, like, if the people who really want to get out, they can leave, and that's fine. It's their choice. But for new people to come in at SAC price, they're going to feel pretty happy about that, right? Especially if that's sort of like the first stop in a series of stops for the train. That could be awesome.
Yeah. What I really want to know though is, why is the train pink? Whitney, maybe you can take this one.
Well, maybe it's because all the ladies who love Pulse Chain in that space. I mean,
have a lot of ladies getting on the train.
Oh yeah. I mean, Pulse Chain is one of the easiest sells for a lot of ladies. Particularly, I find just like the decentralized values. A lot of ladies love investing with values, and there's a consciousness to Pulse Chain that is very much felt before it's understood, and ladies just feel really excited. It's also like, we all know that when you're early to something, there's a different connection you feel to it, of that grassroots movement. So with ladies feeling like they can be a part of something, and also having sub ecosystems that really bring some humanness to it, there's just a different level of excitement to it. So I don't know if the pink train is because of ladies take over Pulse Chain. I'm so down with it. But you guys have just also made it really safe for a lot of ladies to come into the space and to just feel like, okay, we're learning crypto at the same time, and we can share it and we can connect. It's not something that a lot of guys like push the women down.
Yeah, 100%.
Do you find the Pulse Chain to be a more accepting community for women than some others?
Oh, absolutely. And actually these past 2 weeks, I've brought a lot of ladies, a lot of my queens, into the Twitter world. So now a lot of ladies have been chilling and just feeling a lot of excitement around this, because I'm just like, how do we all lift the ladies up to not only just be investors, but to also be leaders in the space too, and bring a different level of ownership to it. So not only to get ladies invested, they're excited. Ladies love to gossip with their other girlfriends of like, I feel like I'm in early. I've been making it really clear to my ladies, like, the name of the game, we all know this, is like accumulate cryptos at the lowest the lowest price possible. The more that they get to see Richard's game too, of like, he's going to blast the train's going to leave that station, they understand the game of like, take advantage of the dips, take advantage while these things are here. So I just think once ladies start to see the game and the pattern, they're like, we can play this simplistically, being like core coins, and we can just do the name of the game of like, how do we just accumulate at the lowest price possible?
Nice.
Yeah, 100%.
I'd be happy with Pulse Chain being, the ladies' chain.
Totally.
That would be a huge economic move, right? If Pulse Chain was the chain that had the most women investing in it. And I have a theory that the reason that, women like Pulse Chain and coming to Pulse Chain, and I take this from images in my mind of like people I've actually met in person at like the PLS 369 conference, or, obviously people I talked to on the screen here, as well as people I met at Randy Hilarski's Panama conference. Like, Pulse Chain's full of real people, right? Like, it's not a bunch of weird basement dwellers that are, antagonizing the women. That's like, there's actual men with families and stuff like that. And so, we know how to talk to women.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I've had a few. For anyone who doesn't know, I have like 220 ladies in my community, and probably I would say about 80-90% of them are all Pulse Chain investors. And even just today, I had a meetup for my community. We went to like a consciousness Abraham Hicks channeling event, which was really great. But like at the end of the day, like the ladies in the space, they're like, I feel really great with my crypto plans, and I feel really great with the risk that I'm taking in Pulse Chain. And we're kind of like, we'll see what happens over the next few months. Like, where will our life be when we check in next?
That's amazing. Was Abraham there?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
She was great. Are you familiar?
Yeah, I've seen her live 3 times.
Nice.
I used to, like, back in, 2010, 2012, I don't know, a long time ago.
It felt like we were all just gathering on for like grandmother's channeling stories, and it was so good.
Yeah, it was a great time. I learned a lot, yeah. Yeah,
So,
I think Pulse.
Go ahead, Wolf.
No, yeah, I think we have a community unlike anywhere else in crypto for sure, and there are a lot of people here that want to live by intention, and they have certain values, and I think Pulse Chain, crosses off a lot of things for people, and there's no doubt, I was drawn here for a certain reason. I have certain values and certain ways I want to live, and a certain way I've developed myself, and certain people I want to be around consistently, because I know how to make money. I have a lot of opportunities in a lot of other chains, and I know I have a lot of connections in a lot of places, but there was nowhere like Pulse Chain. And if a place like this can win, I would want to be a part of that, where we also, we do well financially, of course. We want to see green candles, and we all want to, do well, but we want to live by certain intentions as well, and be a certain type of community, and attract other people, like-minded people as well, Yeah, 100%.
I see in the comment section, some guy was like, we should do a matchmaking service with like Pulse Chain ladies and off in the community. And some of the ladies have been like, yo, when's there going to be a dating site? And I know that question is
decentralized dating site.
Yeah. For particularly for Pulse Chain investors or Hex investors,
Nice.
the ladies have been like, please. And I'm just like, guys, chill. If you guys want to start that, go for it.
Have you heard of the Hexagon Sperm Bank?
We have a Hexagon Sperm Bank. That's true. Very true.
Wait, we do?
Yes, there is one.
No need to go into detail at this time.
No, not at all.
But on another note, what do you guys think of Liberty Swap?
So bullish, and so it's about time.
Yeah, I used it. It's
awesome.
great. Yeah.
And for like new people watching, like Liberty Swap is like a cross-chain swap where you can basically get right onto Pulse Chain from a bunch of big chains, from Ethereum, Binance, Arbitrum, Base, and it's just like doing a swap, right? So you move from stable coins on those chains into Pulse Chain assets, like either stable coins, Hex, Pulse. There's a bunch of meme coins on there. I have 3 coins on there. It works great, and it's faster than the traditional bridge that most of us have been using to date. So I think it's going to be a great onboarding tool for new people. Have you guys pushed that to anybody?
I have, yeah. I made a video for my community about it. The ladies are like, wow, grateful. Don't have to waste 30 minutes, and instead you can get it in 30 seconds. No brainer.
Yeah, they say 3 minutes on their site, but it seems to be, more like seconds.
Yeah, it's very fast.
It is just, it shows up on Pulse Chain right away. And it's not a bad deal, right? I think they charge 0.3%, which is, pretty minimal. Sometimes there's even arbitrage there. You can even get a better deal using that front end. So, happy they're providing the service.
Yeah, it's great. Amazing.
I no longer think RH is behind it, but, he did put a link to it right on pulsechain.com. So he seems like he's well aware of what they're doing. So that's cool.
Yeah.
Feels like perfect timing for just making it more accessible for the masses. And this is where it's like always a reminder of like, we knew what we were signing up for. Well, we may not have realized what we were signing up for a sacrifice, but it's like you sign up for a startup. And with that comes different levels of innovation just being dropped out to make it easier. So I know a lot of us hoped that it would probably be through a centralized exchange listing, but if not, then we just get Liberty Swap and we get something that does make it easier.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a lot of great surprises. A lot of interesting things like that are going to start rolling over. Whitney, have you talked at all about price targets with your community? Oh, but first, let me just make sure. Chat, do you guys mind if we talk price targets? Because I don't want to freak people out. Hope it's okay.
Do we have a say in the chat? Do we have any excitement in the chat? No?
Yeah. Are you guys?
Yeah, okay, we got some.
Are you guys talking? Yeah. Do you guys talk about price targets? Do ladies talk about that stuff?
A little bit, and I think that a lot of it is there's a lot of TBD still, just because things haven't really started moving yet, and a lot of it will have to do with momentum. But I think more of like price target ranges and just making it realistic in the sense of like, I think, of course, just realistic above a 3x above SAC is like a no brainer.
That's a no-brainer. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like setting targets like that to be like, where are we going to? What's the next stop? And then checking in at different stops to be like, what's train station? Where are we going? What's the momentum? Let's keep on checking in. So we do a little less price target ranges, just to keep on checking into the temperature of things.
Gotcha. What do you think? What are you talking about when you guys talk about Hex? Is Hex popular, or is everybody mostly, the new people mostly just want to know about Pulse Chain and Pulse
Hex.
and...
I mean, I believe that Hex is the reason that Pulse Chain exists, is because Richard wanted to. That's the baby behind it.
Me
so
too,
yeah, definitely. And Hex has always led every single pump. So definitely it grabs a lot of eyes. And every single time it pumps, I'm like, did you guys feel FOMO? Okay, if you felt FOMO, like use that as a brain sign so that when / if it drops, you know what you're accumulating more of.
Yeah. Like, am I crazy? But I think Hex is the most undervalued right now.
It could be. It would be the easiest to pump because it has the lowest liquidity of the core coins. So if they all received the same amount of funds, Hex would do the most X's. That's just the math.
What do you
Where do you think it's going?
I have some ideas. Yeah.
Sure. Do tell.
Yeah, tell us.
No, you won't like my price targets.
Okay, so tell us the lowest one.
No, I think by 2028 we're going to see a combined EX/PX price of $21.
Yeah,
I can live with that.
Yeah.
Live. You know, I ran the math on this, and it's good. It's good math. Now by this fall, that's a tough one. I think that we probably get to at least halfway to all-time high in this fall. Yeah, but I think the big
combined
move,
price.
Yes, combined, at least. Yeah, and then we got to see what happens with how they deal with these rate cuts and all that. But sometime between end of this year and 2028, we're moving up to an extraordinarily, a range that I've mapped out. Yeah, that I really think 21. Yeah, combined makes a lot of sense.
Okay. I'd be cool with that.
But a lot of people hate me for that. Yeah,
because they think you're not bullish enough, or too bullish.
They think I'm too bullish, but I don't think people understand the amount of. They don't really understand debasement of currency, and money printing, and how much liquidity is actually going to flow into this space. Yeah, it's going to be tremendous. It's going to be in the trillions. We're going to witness something that we've never seen before. It's going to be surreal.
Do you have any predictions
around Hex?
A what?
Do you have any predictions around which month that may be, or like what events may trigger the glass ball that none of us can really look into?
That'll trigger what?
The continual trillions, like if there will be any set events.
Oh yeah, I think they're gonna have to. They're already in the process of manufacturing whatever that is. I'm sure it's already in the works. They already probably know what month it's going to be that they begin to roll out their CBDC of some kind, whether it's official or it's through banks or if it's a number of them. It doesn't have to be one particular one. And the tokenization of the stock market and assets and everything like that. Yeah. And the printing will probably go along with that. And you'll probably, if you have half a brain, you'll probably move most of that money quickly into assets, commodities, equities, whatever. But crypto will take I think, most of it. And it's going to fly like crazy. Crazy.
I already have since I have so many conversations on the onboarding front, especially with a lot of no coiners or the people who are just buying on centralized exchanges. Yeah. I think actually now it's interesting where it's like there really is less no coiners, and it's more people who are on centralized exchanges who don't know about DeFi. They don't really understand altcoins. They really think a lot of altcoins are meme coins. So it's a lot of education that goes on that way. But then even those people who are buying on centralized exchanges feel very disempowered, and they're like, where I'm just buying randomly. And so I think it's even interesting just noticing where it's like people are like, I know crypto's a yes, but they're like, how do I even navigate the space, and what's undervalued, what's still an opportunity here? And I think that's the big gap that we all get to fill too, is to be like, when you have a product that's so solid and a community that has been able to survive so many lows, it's not a question of if, it's really a question of when.
Yeah. Like, us in crypto, we want the new shiny thing, but a lot of people that are going to come over here, they're going to want to see the thing that's been tried and true and battle tested. And that's why I think Hex wins in the long run, because it has that. And the new wave of people coming are not, crypto native people. All right. They're not.
It's all going to be new to them, right?
It's going to be new to them, but they're going to be happier to see that it's something that has a track record. And by the time that happens, Hex will have already started moving up and what have you. So, it'll need to get above all-time high, of course, but that's not really that far. But the jump from there to the targets I'm talking about is tremendous. And that's when the real fun begins. Yeah.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun. Yeah, it's going to be fun.
So we got $21 Hex. Are you thinking the same kind of multiples on the other core coins?
Yeah. I did, I used the same math for Pulse Chain. And that's how I did announce those price targets as well on one of my live streams on Hex. And I said I would also do the same math for the other core tokens as well. And I will reveal what I did. But the price target for Pulse Chain, same time, 2028, is 1 cent.
Wow. That's a lot of missing zeros.
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of good times ahead.
You said 2028?
Yeah.
Okay.
1 penny, yeah. Not this fall, no.
No, we got some time for that. Some adoption needed.
But I mean, look, that's an incredibly massive move, and to do it in the next 3 years is going to be life-changing, to say the least.
Definitively.
Yeah. I think some people were upset that I had the date a little further. They wanted to know where it's going to be, like September. Yeah. Is it going to be a penny? No. But I have a penny's in the cards, man. It's in there, and it was all math. So
nice.
And I think you guys
obviously people are going to take profit on the way to that penny if that does indeed happen. A lot of people,
right,
are going to sell when we lose 1 0, when we lose 2 zeros. We'd have to lose 4 zeros to get to the penny. It's
not a straight line, and there's too many opportunities you would sell. Look, for a lot of people, a couple zeros is life-changing money already. 3 zeros. Totally. How many people held BTC, when they had tens of thousands that didn't give it up for pizzas or sell it for $20 or $200 and are still holding it 100,000, right? So in that same way, most people will have taken most of their profits, and that's totally fine. That's totally fine. You should make your life better. We're not going to live forever. But what's interesting is that what Bitcoin took from 2008 to 14 years? No, it's like now 15, 16 years, okay?
Yep.
To do, Pulse is going to do in 3 or 4 years, that kind of growth. And I don't think people are ready for that. And it's going to be, when I make this video and I break it down, I show the math, I think people will understand a little bit what I'm getting at. But it's still going to be hard to comprehend. But that's how the acceleration is going to be. It's a natural movement of things. So what took BTC 16 years to do, Pulse Chain's just going to do in 4 years. Yeah?
I want to be there for that.
You're going to be there. Of course you are.
Chances are. And that's, to put it in other numbers that are a little easier to understand, you're talking about a 2000x. Get Pulse to a penny.
Yeah.
So that's respectable. I'd prefer 10,000x, but I will accept 2000x.
Guys, at 2000x. Yeah. And in my calculation, I had 2 cents in there as well, but a penny just was made sense. But 2 is in there as well, and it does check out mathematically as well. So that could be the kind of like the high, but the penny's where I see the real target, right?
I do think like Pulse Chain itself is going to be like, a multi-cycle chain, right? Like it's not a flash in the pan. The community is not going to disappear at the end of this particular cycle, which I think maybe, this cycle could go on for a long time. Like we nobody's got the exact date. but like it could be the next cycle or the cycle after that where we really hit our stride. It's hard to say.
Corey says we are the worst performing layer one if we reach 1 cent in 2008, 2028. You guys are being very reactive. I think that'd be amazing. I mean, look, that's not even calculating what Ink is going to do on PulseX and Hex. All right.
Yeah. What are we thinking for Ink? That's one of my favorites.
What are you thinking?
Fast knows this one, yeah.
If it's one of your favorites, you tell us. What are you thinking?
He's a master of Ink.
I'm not so much the price target guy. I'm like the game plan guy, right? And I think the game plan for Ink could be that it would be beneficial if it was at a very high price, somewhere near the top of this cycle, because Ink is the tool that RH uses to get liquidity into the system. So if you were to see $1,000 plus Ink, whenever the top of this cycle is, that would be something that would generate a ton of liquidity moving into the system to farm that Ink, right? And then having more liquidity means the price doesn't go down as fast if people are choosing to sell. It also wouldn't go up as fast, but that's why I think it's going to be a top of the market thing, where we see the top of Ink for this cycle. And that will be the catalyst to give us massive, never before seen liquidity. So that if people choose to get out, the price will remain much more constant than if that didn't happen. So I like a number of around 1,000. What do you guys think?
Bearish, but yeah.
Bearish. Sorry about that. It's my natural tendency.
I honestly don't have an opinion around Ink's price.
No?
No.
You're not an Ink girl, huh?
No, I'm just like, I'll let it do its thing, but haven't gone down enough. I hold enough for me, and I'm printing more of that every day, but not really concerned about how far that will go.
Ink, I think, is the one that could have like a hidden surprise.
Yeah,
and
that's
not many people know this, but like Ink has code in it that could allow it to be a DAO token for the ecosystem, right? And you can read it right in the code. So like if PulseX were to become a DAO system where you were voting on something interesting, like what gets to be the next farm, or which farm pays the most, like things that are worth money, right? And Ink was the DAO token in that ecosystem. I think that'd be pretty interesting.
I think I was calculating around 3,250 or 3,200. I'll have to go back and check. I'm gonna run it again. I think that, I know this is crazy to say this on Pulse Chain Conference, but I think I cracked the code of what Richard Hart uses, the math he uses, and
really?
Yeah. Sweet. And when I say a penny for Pulse Chain, I mean, it doesn't have to be 2028. It could happen sooner. It could be 2027 or end of 2026. I don't know that for sure, but I'm just giving myself some grace there. But I can take that same math and apply it back to Ink, and also I'll do it to PulseX. But yeah, I think he uses a certain math. Yeah. And
well, let's talk bribes, sir. That sounds like useful information.
I think it's very valuable information. Yeah. It's pretty cool.
Sweet.
It's gonna be good, man. Good times are coming. Like really amazing things are coming, and all these a lot of people are leaving or down, and I feel you. It hasn't been an easy ride. I mean, Whitney nailed it. She's like, it's like a startup, right?
Yep.
And it's not an easy ride, but the ride is going to get really good really fast, and it's going to get really good. Yeah.
I also
don't understand.
No,
they don't
understand. They won't understand, and they don't understand. So like, also that's where I'm like, with you guys being like, oh, the crazy bullish numbers, and even I'm like, Wolf, with you being like, so, I mean, for you, you're probably like, I'm being just very realistic. Just those numbers for people just really don't compute in their mind. Even just like over the past few months, I've had one coin that's done like an 80x. And whenever I share that with anyone as well, they're like, what are you doing? Like, what is this thing? And of course, everyone feels like the FOMO around that and the catch up. That's just around an 80x, which we all know is just the realistic space that we play in. And so that's even where, especially for people who are getting into altcoins, I'm like, let's start off with first target ranges so that they can slowly start to even just calibrate their nervous system and expand possibilities around what really is possible, because everyone is just so quick to be like, it's a scam. It's just, you better take your profits now. Whenever anyone starts screaming too loudly about their successes, it's just, you can think of insert family, coworkers, neighbors inserting their opinions around, ooh, I'm like, you should really be changing your life with this type of stuff. And they just don't know the math that goes into it. And then I find that people can just feel really nervous and antsy. So that's also why I find it can be helpful, particularly for a lot of ladies, of just being like, let's just get to the first goalpost and then we'll like reveal more as we get there. But that way it gets them to catch up to it of like, okay, we're really that early. And it's like, yes, don't worry, just chill, just sit on the train. You're riding the game. You're doing all good.
Yo, Whitney, you said something really interesting there. You're like, everyone's saying, hurry up, sell, get out really quick, right?
Yeah.
And as a sentiment. And I want to say this, that sentiment is manufactured. Like the job of the market maker this cycle, and I really believe this, okay? I study market psychology. So the job of the market maker this cycle, and this applies to the Wall Street, what BlackRock's doing, is to train us into thinking pumps vanish quickly. Okay? Just remember what I just said right there. You're being trained to quickly take profits and get out. And so much of the last 18 months has been about that. And remember that going forward, because they're going to flip it. And they're going to make pumps go for a very long time soon. Okay? And you will want to get out very quick, but they won't pull back like they do now. And that'll be the next phase. And they'll get people trained for that, and then it'll flip again. But that's what's been trained right now. Okay? So just remember that going forward, that a lot of people will sell too early, but it's not your fault. It's because the market makers are really smart, and they've trained you to jump out very quickly out of fear that it won't last. So that's an important thing to remember. Because when this market really starts going, it's going to last. It's going to run a lot harder and longer than you could imagine. That's how we get to these crazy numbers that are unbelievable. And it has to do that. It has to go to unbelievable numbers. That's how market works. But that's a whole nother discussion. But yeah.
There's a lot of programming going on for sure.
Yeah, programming, exactly.
And I've been just chatting with a lot of people coming into the space too. And it's constantly this question, like, it's just so fascinating to see what the mass consciousness says about a lot of the timing right now. And people see, they know, they feel it's manipulated. They see that institutions are coming in. But at the same time, there are still a lot of people coming in are feeling very reactionary to things. And I think that they will, like, they'll hop out and the big train will leave the station and they'll miss out on the biggest thing. So it's always like you buy and you sell at the price you deserve. And I think the more that we can just keep having conversations around that and ground people through it, then they can actually be on the train with us and ride the whole ride with us.
Yes.
And then also hopefully lock in those gains to change your life. But I think as long as you stick with it and you keep that conviction really grounded as to what we're investing in, why, and where the future really is, then we should all be on the train together.
Yeah, because, we want to keep everybody on the train, so we all get there together. Now, they'll still get there. It's just going to take them a whole hell of a lot longer if they keep jumping off the train, right?
Totally.
What do you guys think is going to happen with that SAC wallet? That's the fifth highest wallet on the.
Oh no! Saved it.
166,000 plus ETH, worth $700 million in change right now. He's up 100 million plus at the second, and I've seen it up 170 million, I think, in the last week. It'll be worth $1 billion if ETH hits $6,008. What's going to happen with that?
Whitney, go ahead.
Okay, fine. Mentally, I prepare myself. If you guys can tell, I prepare myself for the bearish situation, which I'm just like, he doesn't need to move it. He really doesn't have to move the funds. Do I think that he's not going to move them? No. If Richard moved things in and he's already moved certain wallets around, he definitely has no shame in touching that wallet. So price
He
point
has no
wise,
shame.
yeah, no shame at all. Like it's great if we can all like adjust just expectation wise of like
Yeah.
nothing is going to happen, and then when it
Yeah.
actually happens, we can react as a community, or else that becomes a sell event. Well, I don't think that would be a sell event anyways because he's literally moving money in. But still, I have a feeling probably once we see 7, 8, 9K ETH, we'll start to see some movement on that end. But I think that there's still we're also still seeing that carryover have to happen in the altcoin space as well. So I don't think he's going to really start moving it too much until we see more altcoin movement move over as well.
Yeah, I agree with
Even
that.
if he just moved over a portion, like if we saw a 9K ETH, which I to me sounds like a reasonable target, like that's
Oh, yeah.
$1.5 billion would be in that wallet, right? Like it's so much money, it's almost unfathomable to most people. And if you took like $500 million, which is $500 million, and it was moved onto Pulse Chain and deployed into cores, like we wouldn't quite see Wolf's targets, but like it would start moving very strongly in that direction. It wouldn't be boring.
No, not boring.
No, definitely not. No, it doesn't make sense for him to use it anytime soon. And yeah, I think ETH is going to go higher than people think. I mean, I don't know, by September, October, what we're looking at. But I think 15, 16, it could happen in the fall. It could. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
It can get bullish very quick. I've seen ETH move, do crazy shit like in a week, a couple weeks.
Could we go to 18? 18 works for me.
I don't know. I had 15, 16. I'll have to double check on the chart.
That gives us an even $3 billion.
just want
We hit
even-
18, That'd be great. Thank you.
But it can get up in the 20s pretty easily too. But I think I have to look again. But absolutely could go. I mean, look, ETH is really undervalued. It really is. Anything Ethereum, which is us, ETH, it's undervalued. I really believe this, without a doubt in my mind. It's extraordinarily undervalued. It's going to be 20, 25, 30K at some point, not too far off. Yeah. Something else I was going to tell you.
Yeah, like what happens on Ethereum is very much relevant to Pulse Chain, since Pulse Chain is basically a version of Ethereum. Like Ethereum was Pulse Chain's testnet. Anything that happens there could happen here on the technical side. And on the financial side, like I think we're very much tied to the price of ETH. We're probably multiples on the price of ETH, in my opinion, as far as percentage-wise what Pulse Chain could do.
Yeah, 100%. Who do God candles come from? God. That's other God candles.
Obviously,
we need more like jokes in the Pulse Chain world because everyone loves to like rip people apart. We just need a little more. We need a page that's just around jokes. I think that would be great.
I think we should just have a rule that if you want to FUD or you want to be aggressive towards someone, you can only do it if it's funny, right? You have to do it in a funny way, and that would just make so many things better. Yeah, I'm totally happy with reading funny FUD, but like if your FUD is this lame, then like go home, man. Come up with some better jokes.
Fair enough. Yeah, I like that. I like that fast. Yeah.
And then we should all. I think
life advice.
That would be great if we could. I think our community would be pretty good at reinforcing that too in the comment section. Canceling
this
people.
Isn't funny. Yeah. Come back with something funny. Yeah.
We
have like such a great meme community, like people who make like just awesome, hilarious stuff that like, like let's just keep it funny, guys. It's keep it light, keep it funny. And now is not the time to destroy each other. Like, come on, guys. Like, let's get it together and keep moving forward. The train is leaving. Get on the train. Woo.
Woo-hoo.
So what else have you guys noticed that's bullish that's happening in the Pulse Chain ecosystem? How about some of them pump tires tokens that have been launching, or the initial ones that RH or somebody launched on day one of pump tires existing?
That would have been on the first day, the RH memes.
Yeah. RH memes. Pump and Most being kind of the big ones, but there were like 18 or 20 coins on that day.
I am particularly interested in those. Yeah, RH rarely just throws something out there randomly. I can't imagine they're just going to sit around with low market caps forever.
Totally. I like to think of them as like core adjacent tokens, you know, like they're not core tokens, but they're like beside the core tokens.
There's a lot
and
of
they have
core
bonded liquidity, right? Like they have
Yeah.
burnt liquidity with Pulse, every single one of them.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Dropping some mad alpha right now.
Oh yeah. And in the case of Most and Pump, 80% of the tokens are sitting in the OA wallet, which is a wallet that's basically never sells anything. So you have like 80% of the supply off the market, and then the initial liquidity being burnt, meaning that it can never be pulled out. You know, I'm getting a little technical for some, but you know, those two in particular, I feel, yeah, it's not Hex, it's not Pulse, but like it is pretty connected to Pulse in particular, to the price of Pulse. They're going to move up and down very closely with Pulse if no one buys or sells them. But if they get if they become an item, and I think they'd be a great advertising item, for the chain, then they could move up very quickly.
I never pull liquidity, ever.
There we go.
Somebody said bullish on Most and Pump. Yeah. And when's the first package delivery, by the way? Just back to the thing, because everyone keeps asking.
I think September is likely going to be sometime in September. I think. I don't have any special inside information, but I think sometime in September somebody's going to receive their first mailer.
So is that like confirmation from someone who runs the vans that's saying that's about, or how do
I'm
we
just
know?
going off proposed dates of shipping containers coming in and things like that that have been spoken about in public Telegram rooms. So it's like if the containers come in like, late August, early September, then, and there's a 10 to 15 day turnaround and getting something to a mail system, and then another 7 days for delivery from USPS, then that puts us around the end of September.
So you're saying right in time for rate cuts.
It gives us a few weeks. Yeah, it's perfect.
I think Richard's all about just-in-time delivery, which is a huge thing in the business world. Just-in-time delivery, you get it when you need it, right?
Yeah.
And I think these are going to come just in time.
Yeah, that's why he's been protecting and pumping up the charts, painting that landscape perfectly. I got a shout out to the comment section. You guys have like really been so vibrant on the RSI space. That's been the biggest space I've mentioned a few times here, but just that ecosystem has been very relentless, very benevolent, very beautiful. Like honestly, the energy in that space has been great. But also like everything has just been like pumping and just beautiful and very bullish over there. I've been able to onboard a lot of ladies through that. And then also like obviously Green Candles is great on that end. And then you welcome them in and they're like, yo, this Pulse chain space, like there's a reason for me to do this. So we all know that that's the purpose of having all these coins on Pulse chain, but that's just one benevolent community that I absolutely adore.
Cool. I've never heard of it. I'll have to check it out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was great being on the screen with you guys. I couldn't think of two more bullish people I'd like to talk to you about something like this. Yeah. And I'm glad that we're all, actually really happy to be here. I'm happy I built things on the chain. I have 3 or 4 more things coming out this cycle that I think people are going to be excited about. And I'll probably just keep building because Pulse Chain is a great place for that. A great place for investment, in my opinion, not financial advice, and a great place for community.
Yeah. Fast. Great questions. And just like, I really appreciate your whole reputation and energy that you've brought to the space in general. You've just really been supportive and like lifting everyone up. So anyways, really enjoyed this stream with all of you.
Yeah, Whitney, it was nice to meet you, and Fast, great chat with you as always. And Maddie, thanks so much for putting this together.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Oh, my pleasure. You guys rock, and you guys are leaders in this community. You have separate tribes that you bring together, and so it's really inspiring. And I know you mean a lot to the Pulse Chain community, so it's a huge honor to have you on the stream.
Yeah, thanks, Maddie.
Thanks, Maddie.
That's awesome.
Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Chat, you guys are amazing. We love you guys.
Good. And up next, we've got Bobby Gray from Texicoin after this 40-second musical interlude. Thanks, guys.
And we're live. And we're live.
We're live like Maddie Allen. We're live like Maddie Allen.
And we sticking the hex, cause you know it's the best.
We're live like Maddie Allen. We're live like Maddie Allen.
And we ripping the hex, cause you know it's the best.
We're live like Maddie Allen. We're live like Maddie Allen.
And we sticking the hex, cause you know it's the best.
We're live like Maddie Allen. We're live like Maddie Allen.
And we ripping the hex, cause you know it's the best.
We're live like Maddie Allen. Crypto Twitter been crazy.
All these weekends on my timeline, you should try to pay me.
We're live like Maddie Allen.
Hey, Bobby.
I'm busy rocking out to the live like Maddie Allen.
Right. Yeah. One of the fans made that. How cool is that?
I just got my own fan song made as well. I woke up
cool.
like this morning. I'm like, somebody said something about a music video. I need to find out what's going on here. So I listened to it, and sure enough, like the first words out of this song are Bobby Gray this and Bobby Gray. I'm like, okay, I could get used to this.
That's a sign of being early. Yeah.
More stuff written about us, Maddie.
Right. Well, I want to thank you immensely for helping to sponsor the Pulse Chain Conference, and I've witnessed like the meteoric rise of Texicoin really firsthand. I had followed you for years, ever since you made the original Bitcoin coin, and I onboarded probably 200 people into Hex and Pulse Chain in the past 5 years using your cold storage coin technology of having a physical coin to give celebrities and friends and family. But it wasn't until the Hex conference that we did in January when I started to pay the most attention to Texicoin, and it's gone from like 15 cents to $2.11 today, just in the past 6 or 7 months.
Is that what it is today?
Yeah,
I don't even watch it anymore.
So I'm like I'm loving all of that, and curious to hear what kinds of things you want to talk about tonight.
Well, I would really like to talk more about what you mentioned a moment ago, which is the powerful onboarding tool that is the cold storage coin. I wasn't first to market when it came to like a physical coin looking thing that held onto some private keys. There were other players out there. I think that I did it better than most by laser etching the keys onto the coin surface, which I think is a good thing for reliability. But just this bridge that exists between these two worlds of people that don't know anything about crypto, they don't know anything about Pulse Chain, they don't know anything about Bitcoin. Like, they're curious, man. They want a way to get in. But as soon as you start talking two-factor and hot wallets and exchanges and FTX and all these other things, it goes right over their heads. And so I created the cold storage coins because I wanted people to have an easy way to not just hold a digital asset in the power of their hand, but start to equate a mental image to a digital asset that was more similar to what they have thought of historically for money and value. It's like gold and silver. They've been around forever and ever and ever. They've stood the test of time. You got gold bars, you got silver, necklaces and jewelry. But for the most part, like when you think of money, you think of a coin. You think of something that's round and it's shiny and it's metallic. And so to take a traditional coin and to laser etch a code and to put a digital asset now embedded in that code, it's kind of a cool bridge. And so, we look at the success that we've experienced so far with Texicoin, and like we're growing fast. And the welcome kit includes somebody's coin. They get a coin. And we're like, okay, well, this is a problem because we're going to onboard like no less than 100,000 people, probably more like 250,000 people, maybe as many as like up to 1 million people. There's no way we're going to be able to produce these coins fast enough to keep up with the growth. Maybe we'll just discontinue the coins. And everyone is like, no, that's the whole thing. The whole thing is the fact that somebody gets introduced to a cryptocurrency project, but they get something physical that they can hold on to. You have no idea how important it is that they can hold a digital asset in the palm of their hand. Yeah. It eliminates so much confusion, you know, just like, okay, look, can you make a scam and have it tied to a physical coin? Sure, you can. But just the idea that there's something physical that you can put in your safe as a proof of ownership, or as the ticket that you need to board the rocket ship, or the key that you need to unlock the digital asset later, like, it's a really powerful thing. And so, you know, I'm so glad that you've had such a good time onboarding people with these coins. And then obviously, you know, when we connected last year, which was a total flop for us in Austin, you had the opportunity to even make your own version of it.
Yeah.
Which of course is a powerful thing as well. So, you know, so I really want to be the guy in the conversation that continues to remind people that we still live in a physical world. You know, someone's got to make the coffee cup. Someone's got to make, you know, the paper that we write on. There's still things that we need in order to live. It's not all zeros and ones out there. And so we really like the idea that we're helping people become comfortable with this new and exciting and challenging concept of digital decentralized peer-to-peer money. And we're using a physical item to work as like the opening wedge into their mind, the opening wedge into this conversation that, you know, really this door opens to a whole universe of possibility, a whole universe of discovery, DeFi, DAOs, and, you know, lending platforms, and just so much stuff is out there. But if your brain can't make sense of the zeros and ones behind it, which of course it can, but you can start to picture something in your mind and you go, oh, I get it. Okay. You know, it has nothing to do with it, but it does make it real. And it does make it at least something that your mind can begin to draw an image of, and then you're off to a great start. And so I'm glad that you enjoyed that. I'm glad that you found it valuable. I'm glad that I started making these in 2017. You know, I had been looking for a way into cryptocurrency for a long time back then, and I didn't have it, and I didn't have it, and I still didn't have it back in 2017, but I knew that I could make something powerful that would act as a tool to give people more control and more understanding of this thing that was becoming the thing that everyone was talking about. And so, you know, here we are, 6, 7, 8 years later, that it's gone out to the next level, but that powerful tool still exists. And it's still the cornerstone, the keystone, I'd say, of why this project is successful, because it's onboarding new people with a tool that they can hold in their hand to make sense of a very complicated subject like cryptocurrency. Anyway, sorry, I babbled on.
One of the other massively innovative things that I've seen from you and witnessed firsthand is the referral system that exists within Texicoin, which reminds me a lot of a referral program that occurred in the first year of Hex, before Hex did its 10,000x price return. And I've actually got like a graph here to show like how quickly Texicoin mining contracts have been growing, to where just in the past week, $4.7 million of like mining contracts have been sold. The number of miners it's a straight line up basically, and the amount of people onboarded in the past week as a volume of dollars is like 10% of what's been onboarded in the past 72 weeks or something. And so it's like the growth continues to accelerate, and I'm excited to hear your thoughts about the growth here of people signing up.
Well, it's like I mentioned this past Saturday when we were down in Lake Jackson. This is what happens when you take something as important as honest money and you pair it up with a financial technology as revolutionary as cryptocurrency. There are a lot of projects out there in this space. Some of them are goofy. But are really just, a sign of the times, meme coins and, NFTs. People love to hate on them. It's so stupid. These are today's digital collectibles. This is, kids today's version of Beanie Babies and, Micro Machines was the thing that I loved when I was a kid. I had hundreds of them, right? And I'm sure people laughed at me about how juvenile and stupid it was, but that was my whole world. And so I really would encourage people that look down on NFTs and meme coins with such disdain to just pause for a moment and think about what was your collectible before the digital age opened up all these new, these new creative means of expression for us. But again, the industry is full of all kinds of stuff. And I want the world to know, if this is the right place to say it, that I'm the guy that cares about the money. I'm the guy that cares about the medium of exchange. I'm the guy that cares about the alternative currency, which is what I really believe crypto started out as. It started out as a way for us to exchange value without having to go through the banks. And I don't know if you've ever had your PayPal account shut down or your Venmo account frozen or your Coinbase account locked, but I have, and it's a frustrating experience. And that's not how money is supposed to work. Money is supposed to be, a tool that we use to connect with things that really matter to us, whether that's food or groceries or gasoline or medical care or just going out and having a good day of fishing with our family. It doesn't matter how you define value. Money is supposed to be the thing that stores our work and our energy so that we can exchange it later for something that we want. That's money. And money's taken lots of different forms and shapes over the last couple thousand years. Gold and silver worked really well and reliably for a long time. But today, we need something fast. We need something convenient, and we need something that we can trust. And if you look at the track record of the Federal Reserve and any other central bank on planet Earth, it's always shrouded in mystery. I mean, I remember Ron Paul for years was going out there, audit the Fed. It's what world do we live in where we actually have to pass a law to find out how bad they're screwing with our currency? It's isn't that our money? Shouldn't we have direct access to that information just by right? It's so insane to think that we have to lobby our congressmen and our senators to try to get them to do something honest. That's what crypto gave us. It gave us the most accountability, most accountable financial system ever known to man. We don't even know how much gold and silver there are on planet Earth. I've seen and heard estimates, but we don't really know. We can cryptographically prove exactly how many, Bitcoin are out there or Litecoin are out there or, whatever the project is. And so I'm the guy in the conversation that wants people to remember crypto's original utility: fast, honest, decentralized, peer-to-peer currency, money. And the success that we're experiencing right now with the project that I'm managing is based exclusively on the idea that that's something that's popular, man. Honest money is something that people really care about. Now, in the past, historically, we've been so broke that we don't really have an opportunity to stop and think about who's ruining the money. Okay, I'm broke. What am I going to do? I'm going to go get another job. Nobody's sitting here saying, oh, I'm broke. I'm going to sit down and study the history of money and figure out why I'm broke. Rich Dad, Poor Dad wants you to think about, your engagement of work and effort a little bit differently. And that's certainly a step in the right direction. But until we get to the bottom of what's wrong with this fake fiat money, we can never solve the problem. Well, all of a sudden then crypto comes along. Crypto's hey, if you can pause for a moment and like wrap your mind around this thing, you might get rich. And most people ignored it. You know, couple people, a couple hundred, couple thousand, tens of thousands of people got in, and then it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And then all of a sudden, every state house across the globe is talking about cryptocurrency. And so it's come a real long way. But the point is that today, the money conversation, oh man, it's the conversation. You know, people are talking about monetary policy, monetary history, creatures from Jekyll Island, like it's just common coin. You know, it's like, you want to go out tonight, watch a movie? No, man, let's just sit around and talk about money.
Finally.
So it's so nice to see that this money conversation is now part of our pop culture. You know, like making jokes about the Fed and talking about how dishonest they are is like a normal thing to do. And so those statistics that you're looking at on that other page that you just showed, they're just the manifestation of people's frustration, people's unwillingness to continue to be unhappy about the fact that the Fed is inflating them into poverty on purpose, by design, intentionally. And so that's a pretty popular concept. And you let that concept spread and you go, hey, not just are we here to educate you, but if you pay attention, I'll put some cash in your pocket. And if you help us build this mine in Texas, because we want crypto to be controlled here in our state, you know, like it's open for anybody in the world to use, but we want to build our infrastructure here. There might be even an upside potential for you to get rich. And that's something that people are willing to tune in and take a Tuesday night down at a barbecue joint or a Chili's or a Red Lobster and stop to see if they can learn more. And that's what's driving that growth. Now, those charts that you just put, a couple things about them. Number one, they're real time. They're up to the moment, right? Every time somebody joins, every time somebody does anything that would affect the data on that chart, the website's automatically update, right? You saw a big drop there for the new week because we just started the new week an hour and 18 minutes ago. Saturday night at 7 o'clock Texas time, our week closes out. We tally up how much hash power was sold or given away through our reward program, and we buy that hash power. You know, I haven't looked at the number for this past week, but it's going to be big. And we've got warehouses full of ASICs now that are just waiting to get installed. We got our first container showing up in Victoria, Texas for Mine Master Node Site 1, where we'll put 200 of the top of the line Bitmain L9 ASICs in immersion cooling to be the cornerstone of our network. And then we'll build numbers 2 and 3 in Mansfield. And the sites are, you know, constantly under evaluation and shifting, and we're learning a lot as we go. But the point is that it's happening. And, you know, it took me a long time to see this Bitcoin freight train, this cryptocurrency freight train that was barreling down the tracks at 200 miles an hour. I didn't see it because I didn't like it. I didn't trust it. I didn't understand it. And I really didn't understand what was at stake. You know, if we're talking about the importance of honest money and how it has the ability to put the power of the issuance of control of money back in the hands of the people, we need a movement. We need a community. We can't just be going around like, you know, like from one chat to another. We need a megaphone. We need powerful tools that get this message to go far and wide and get there fast. And that's really what crypto is doing. And so, you know, after enough years of evaluation and learning and seeing all the things that people did well and seeing the things that people did poorly, you know, I made my own version of it. And my own version, of course, has been working very well. Just getting started. I think we're 6.5% of the way to our goal, but it feels so big. It's not even funny. And so
yeah,
thanks for pointing those charts out, man.
My pleasure. Yeah, the rate of growth is really incredible. And of the 1,900 people watching now and thousands on the replay, they know me as an expert of game theory, and it really gets my brain circuits going to think about how Texicoin specifically incentivizes people to sign up for the mining program, because they might be able to sign up other people. And so this referral mechanism isn't just 16,000 people who are going to sit on their hands and dump the price down. It's 16,000 people and growing at this exponential rate, where 10% more people were added in the past, less than 1% of the time it's been going, or maybe 2% of the time.
Yeah.
Many of the people who are joining have intentions to onboard others, because why wouldn't you take advantage of a referral program like Hex had, that pays something like 30% if you onboard 3 people? And so I see a lot of connections of what's worked in the DeFi space. And so it's like I've put together all the dots here, and even looking at the price chart, there aren't these huge price corrections like we see in other coins, probably because the people who are signing up are kind of self-selected as people who are in it more long term. They want to hit a break-even point of 200 days, and they're not going to get their payout from watching the price go up 100% every month and then dumping. They're getting in to buy a share of the mining power, and then they're onboarding other people as a way to put money in their pockets and to grow the network. And that just it makes so much sense, and it's something that I haven't seen in any other crypto.
Well, it's like you said, the dots, right? All we do is we say, look, if we can build the mine to this size, and we're not talking a small mine, we're talking a gigantic mine, and what I expect to be the largest privately owned mine in the world. So we're talking about building a mine, and if we build this gigantic mine, then we expect to have a top 100 coin. We're not saying 100 trillion, billion, bajillion will be number one, but we're just saying, look, we're going to make it onto the top 100 list with things like Floki coin and things like Pepe and Dog Wish Hat. We believe that if we do this amazing, gigantic thing, then we will have a top 100 coin. Those are our dots. And so what happens is somebody puts their money in. They do it one time. It's a one-time fee. And then they start kicking the tires and watching the videos and joining in on the calls and doing some research, a little due diligence, maybe before, maybe after they put that cash in. But they go, yeah, this is kind of a reasonable theory. This strategy is actually sound. In fact, as the money comes in, I tell people we do 3 things with it. We build the mine, we pay the commissions, and we promote the coin. And so if you've been through an airport lately in Dallas or Houston, or you've driven down a highway in Texas or anywhere around the country that we've got billboards. I mean, we've got 400 or 500 billboards up now. It creates brand awareness that creates this, perpetual motion machine that just keeps spinning bigger, 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 because we make that investment in our own brand. So what's happening as people see those dots and begin to realize that they have the power to connect them by sharing the story, now you've got people that are holding on to Texicoin that have a vested interest in the coin's success. And so they have, a very low likelihood of taking it and dumping it to market to make a quick buck. If they think that the price is going to continue to go up, they're going to stick around. But every time somebody joins us on the rocket ship, they start that journey all over again. So the guys that got in at 10 cents, they're selling some today because we need the liquidity. We only have coins that we mine. We didn't pre-mine. We didn't create 1 trillion tokens out of thin air. So, every time somebody joins us for this journey in this upward spiral, they're starting over. They're saying, okay, well, I'm joining today at $2. And then guys that are going to join in a month are going to be joining at $3. And then in a month, they're going to be joining at $4.50. So everyone's looking for their return. Everyone's looking for their upside. But the rate at which it happens that they get on and off the rocket ship is different for everyone. So it's not like everybody got in at 10 cents and everyone's waiting for it to go to $10. Some guys got on at 2 cents, some at 5, some at 20, some at 30. And so we're just all repeating this cycle as the mine gets bigger. And that's the best part. As everyone gets on and off the rocket ship, the mine grows. Every week, week in, week out, the mine continues to grow. And so we all win as the mine grows. So yeah, you could say there's a lot of game theory built into it. I wish I could say that I was smart enough to have designed it for that reason. But I just look at all these different aspects and components. I go, yeah, it really works well. I kind of give myself a little bit of pat on the back there. Like, I didn't know. I've never done this before. I've never done network marketing type stuff before. This isn't network marketing. Some people think that it smells like it, but it's just a thing that works because we have a simple referral program where somebody pays a one-time fee. If they want to share our story, there's a program out there that rewards that. If they don't want to, they don't have to. And at the core of it, our product is honest money. And everyone can get excited about honest money. I don't have to make up any kind of BS magical potions and lotions cure to get people to be excited about more money. It's like, I think we can all agree. It's like my friend Raphael says, 3 things about money. It's better to have it than not, better to have more of it than less, and better to have it sooner rather than later. And if you're talking about money, and that money is honest and accountable like cryptocurrency is, and you're talking about a community of people that are becoming passionate about that, it has nowhere to go but up.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I'm super excited and continue to be excited about Texicoin. And I want to invite the audience here to go to texicoin.org and learn more. I'll drop my referral link here in the chat, as well as there's also a wrapped Texicoin now on Ethereum that you can buy on Uniswap. And so I've got the deck screener page for that. On Twitter, you can find Texicoin at x.com/TexitCoins with an S. And this is helped to make the Pulse Chain conference possible. This is it's a Bitcoin redo layer 1 thing that you can learn more about. There are weekly Zoom calls with Bobby every Thursday for people who are new joining the mine or considering joining. And so it's something that you'll see me continue to cover. And I had planned, even though we ran out of time, I had planned to show some pictures from last weekend. Bobby and I were at Ron Paul's 90th birthday with Brock Pierce, who came on the stream last night. Brock Pierce, he's such a billionaire. He lost $5 billion worth of Bitcoin, and he's still a Bitcoin billionaire. So Tulsi Gabbard here. These are all the people that care about honest money, and Texicoin has all these testimonials out there of people who are excited about it. So I hope that the audience here is excited about it too. So thank you so much, Bobby.
That, I really appreciate that. It's good to be here.
Yeah, you rock. And thank you again for helping to sponsor the Pulse Chain conference. And look forward to having people keep up with you and to follow you in the near future.
Thank you very much for having me, Maddie.
Yeah, appreciate it. And we'll talk again soon. Thanks for being on. And up next, we have Nerd Girl 007. So stick around for more PulseChainConference.com.
Let's talk about the highest appreciating asset class today. It's crypto, not stocks and bonds. Boy, this ain't for play. My word plays to educate the children around my way, so they can get out the hood. No, I don't want to stay. Education's critical in my life, pivotal. Could have been in jail or dead. Yeah, it's just that simple. But back to investing. Here, take some notes. Never go all in like jumping off a boat. Dollar cost averaging. Google that term so you can keep your shirt on, so you don't get burned. Now there's a risk to all investments. This you should know. You can take yearly profits and get ready to blow.
Hey there, Nicole.
Hey, Maddie, how are you?
I'm doing great. And I'm really excited for your talk. We've got 20 minutes carved out for you. And you had one of my favorite talks of the Hex conference that we did in January. And so looking forward to what you have here for us tonight.
Wait, I need to know which one it was. I gave 2.
I liked both of them.
Okay, all right.
They were both spicy in their own way.
Don't incriminate yourself.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you take it away here.
Cool. All right. So I'm going to try to share my screen. It wouldn't let me do it earlier, but maybe it will now. Okay, here we go. Yeah. All right. So a little bit different tonight. I don't know. Can you guys see my screen right now? Can you see this presentation? Hopefully you can. Let me check. Yeah, okay, all right, I can see it, so I think that means you can. All right, so tonight we're going to talk about how to be a better communicator, Ludwig Wittgenstein, language games, crypto, and you. All right, so first I'm going to tell you how I'm going to go over this. All right, so I'm going to give you my credentials in case you don't know me. I'm going to give you a little bit of background information about Ludwig Wittgenstein. I'm going to talk about Ludwig's only work that was published while he was living, and that's the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. Then I'm going to talk about the most seminal work of his career. It was published posthumously, Philosophical Investigations. We're going to talk about language games. I'm going to provide you a contemporary example. I'm going to provide you a crypto example, and then we're going to play. All right, so we're going to start with my credentials. I'm Nicole, Nerd Girl 007. I started my career as an academic. I was getting a PhD in religious studies. I'm a mother. I worked in retail arbitrage. I transitioned into journalism, and I'm now a communications professional in the cryptocurrency world. So in 2016, I started applying the theory behind my dissertation to understanding the evolution of tribalism in cryptocurrency. So this theory is the philosophical framework for my dissertation. I did my fieldwork in Iran, and you can talk about language barriers in a few different ways, but language barriers can apply both when you don't speak a language or when your language is different from the common language that's spoken, and they can occur even when you do speak the same language. This picture is my visa for when I went to study in Iran. Okay, so Ludwig Wittgenstein is an Austrian philosopher, was an Austrian philosopher. He specialized in the philosophy of math, mind, language, and logic. His first book, the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, his second book, Philosophical Investigations, which I already said was published posthumously. And then I want to tell you about the Philosophical Investigations so this is the book in English. If you can see me, I don't know if you can. If not, I can show you again later. But the book is super interesting because, like I said, it wasn't published during his lifetime. He was teaching about this subject and about the ways that his views of language had evolved, but he hadn't actually committed the words into one document. So it was written on scraps of paper, like bar napkins, pieces of paper from his classroom. Because whenever he had a thought, he would just write it down and then he would put all of those pieces of paper in a book or in a box. And so after he died, his students and contemporaries had to try to piece it together into something. So this book is like short, but really dense and worthwhile if you're interested in philosophy. Okay, and then this is important to note. So in a 1999 study of United States university and college professors, the most ranked book as the most important work of the 20th century was Philosophical Investigations. All right, so Wittgenstein's early view from the Tractatus is that language and pictures equal reality. So the first point is, so in his early view, Wittgenstein saw language as a tool to describe the world clearly. The first point is the world is facts. So an example of that is Visa processes 1,700 transactions per second. So language works by picturing those facts clearly, like it's a blueprint. If our words don't connect to real, verifiable things like blockchain data, they're just noise. In crypto, this means avoiding hype and using precise terms to build trust. And then third, logical structure. Oh man, I forgot to say something about logic, which is that Richard Hart used to refer people to a site during when he used to do streaming. He used to refer people often to a site, yourlogicalfallacyis.com. And you can learn a lot more about how technical logic works there. But okay, so sorry, let me just transition back into what I was saying. So the third point is that the logical structure matters. One point has to flow clearly from the other point, and there can't be fallacies committed between points 2 and 3, 3 and 4, etc. So, and the final point is to stay clear or stay silent. So only say what can be tied to facts. If you can't explain something precisely, like a project's value, don't talk about it. So saying something like pulse chain is revolutionary is vague. And if you were to instead say something like pulse chain reduces fees by 50% compared to Ethereum, that's a picture that is tied to a fact, and it would be Wittgenstein approved. All right, so let's transition a little bit to how his ideas evolved over the course of his life. He shifted gears and no longer saw language as a rigid picture of reality, but as something that lived and was shaped by how we use it. Words gain meaning from their use, not from a static dictionary definition. Blockchain means one thing when you talk to developers, a decentralized ledger. It means another thing in a marketing pitch, a secure investment tool. Terms are flexible and may even shift meanings in a conversation with one person. This is true of crypto terms and terms outside of crypto. We're just kind of applying them today to common crypto terms. So knowing your audience means figuring out how they're using or understanding a word, term, or phrase, and then shifting appropriately to meet the demands of what that person understands or what that person is saying. Doing this will make you a better communicator in every field. Doesn't matter whether it's blockchain or somewhere else. So just to unpack language games a little bit further, language games are words in play. So we use words like moves in a game, and we follow rules that depend on the situation. We may talk about things in terms for coding, for trading, for pitching, and etc. We may also talk about things in what, like I said, in one way to one person and another way to another person. So each context is a language game with its own way of using words. We understand which game we're playing and when by seeing how words are used and not by following fixed definitions. I'll just tell you an example from my life from the other day. I was moderating an X space, and there was someone there. It was Mark Risen Hopkins, and he was talking about he was using the word community in a strict sociological, scientific way. People who were part of the panel got really upset because that's not the way that people use it in day-to-day life. He was using it in a way that strictly meant a subset of people under 100. People were like, you can have a community of more than 100. We have communities of thousands. But the way that he was using the term was pretty specific. And people were just screaming at each other and yelling and fighting over this silly thing. Ultimately, I interrupted the conversation and said, hey, we could actually understand that this term has multiple meanings. Mark is using it in one way. Everyone else is using it in another. And then we were able to come to a common understanding of what we were talking about and move forward. So when you can master a language game by using terms like yield farming or decentralization appropriately for your audience. I'm going to give you a really common modern definition or contemporary definition, like literally. Okay, so the original use of literally was like, I literally sent 1 ETH. That means I sent 1 Ethereum from one wallet to another wallet, from myself to someone else. I used the blockchain to commit a transaction. Actually, here's the verifiable data. That's what I did. Now, evolutionarily, it's come to be used for emphasis. I'm literally dying of excitement, except for that I'm not literally dying of excitement unless my life is about to end because I'm so excited. Only Now I am, because dictionary definitions evolve over time. And about 10 years ago, the evolutionary term for literally became so popular that they updated the dictionary to reflect it. So you are literally dying of excitement. You actually literally are dying of excitement in accordance with the dictionary definition of the term, because words are living and they do evolve with us or die. Again, dictionary definitions can change over time, like we saw with the word literally, and more, I don't know, like regular, more sociopolitically today, right? We see this with words like woman and female, which I'm sure that we could fight about for a while, but let's not. So, all right, let's go. Like a crypto example would be something that's not decentralized. So decentralized has a lot of different meanings. There's a technical meaning, like there's no central checkpoint, like pulse chains, global nodes that can't be shut off with a single switch. There's an ownership meaning, which refers to spread out ownership. Everyone owns a piece. One wallet may control, people will say things like, that's not decentralized if one wallet controls more than 50%, 60%, 70%, whatever that number is. But the technical definition of decentralized refers to global nodes, not ownership. People can also shift between the technical understanding, the technical definition, and the ownership definition to be manipulative within a single conversation. Sometimes they do it without even realizing that they're doing it. This is true not just of the term decentralization, but of all kinds of terms across the whole spectrum of human language. Okay, so if you use decentralization clearly and understand others' use, you'll benefit. Clear language avoids hype, builds trust, and helps users understand real value. All right, Maddie, can you come back up here? I want to play a game.
Let's go.
All right, awesome. So here's my question. Can you use the word yield in a sentence for me?
Pulse chain has a yield if you validate transactions.
Awesome. So you're using a technical definition of yield. We're referring to like staking rewards, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Validator rewards, staking rewards. But there are other ways that we could use the same word to mean something different. There's a financial way, there's a production way, there's a promotional way. And we could do this with any word.
Facts.
Yeah. Okay. So that's all I got.
Awesome. Well, let's make sure we can bring up the next speaker here. I will message Rachel, next speaker, and then we'll do a giveaway now for 3,000 Pateas tokens worth $160. Let me queue up my screen here. And what should the keyword be, nerd girl, for us to have people type in the chat?
Wittgenstein.
I have no idea how to spell that.
All right, fine. How about like language games?
Okay, games.
Games, okay.
So type games into the chat right now if you want a chance to win $160 worth of Pateas tokens. I have been sending these out as people have been winning. We have 10 winners over the 3 nights here at the conference. So people are already starting to type games into the chat while we load up our next speaker. And this is fun. I don't know. This is
right. Sorry,
yeah.
I'm in the middle of moving, and yeah, kind of like threw this together from my.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. And thank you for entertaining my I don't know, different kind of presentations as always.
Oh yeah, my pleasure. Yeah, these are great talks, and you always bring a different angle. I'm also in the process of moving, so.
Are you? Oh yeah, that's right. You're moving states, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you just got engaged. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Well, let's share the screen here so I can make it transparent and fair for the winner. And then we'll bring up our next speaker here in just a moment. So we have games being typed into the chat, and we're going to draw our winner now. thanks to Pateus.io. And I gave lots of nerdy facts about Pateus last night for 20 minutes during the conference, right after our talk with Brock Pierce. Cryptomance PLS, go ahead and DM me on Twitter, x.com/MATI all in. And you are our fifth winner, sixth winner, somewhere in there. Awesome. And so thanks again, Nerd Girl, for your talk here. You've spoken at lots of these conferences, so we're very grateful. And yeah, wow, that's huge.
Thanks for having me. Thanks, everyone.
And where can people find more of your content?
Oh, yeah. I'm NerdGirl007, no vowels, on Twitter, X, and I am on other social platforms, but I'm not actually active there. I'm a writer. My name is Nicole Grinstead. You can find my work sometimes published under my name.
Awesome. Well, thanks again, and hopefully we'll be able to catch you next time.
Thanks, Maddie.
Right, take care.
Bye.
Where the hexagons coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. Where the hexagons, yeah, I'm a hexagon. Now, where the hexagons coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. Where the hexagons, yeah, I'm a hexagon. So I'm like, bet, how can I invest? He said if you got MetaMask, brother, you set. Now don't forget to write your seed words down. Not your keys, not your crypto, right bet. So I step, Richard is a vet. Retired at 23, traveling in jets. He writes self-help books, especially his new book.
Hey there, Pulsecoin List.
What's up, Maddie? How's everyone doing? Hello.
You're one of my favorite builders and contributors in PulseChain, and I am honored to give you the stage here for your 10-minute talk.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And also, what a journey it has been, huh?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we're really well positioned. PulseChain has so much potential because we have this community here of people who get together every year for 4 years, twice a year, and do these conferences. So we're lucky.
Agreed. I agreed. And we're still here. We're still here. We're still doing the conferences. We still, on our side, we still see traffic increasing and more people discovering Pulsecoin List, Pulseswap, and Pulse domains. So, and also there are some larger macro shifts that just happened over the past couple of weeks and months. And I prepared a small little presentation to kind of like show something visually so individuals can see something on the slides. And also, might start to introduce the idea on onboarding to people because we kind of have forgotten it. Not saying that it was a good time to onboard anyone over the past couple of 2 years, but I think this is a really good time to start thinking about it. And I'll also, the later talk on the slides, I will talk a little bit about that as well.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you take it away here for the next 9 minutes.
All right. Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, hello, everyone. So I'll talk a little bit about all of our products, our product portfolio, all of the updates we've been doing over the past, 3 years, and then also share some updates, and then also talk a little bit about onboarding and how we should think about onboarding, and that maybe now-ish is the time to start thinking about onboarding and reaching out. So just to give you a quick overview for anyone that have not heard about Pulsecoin List, Pulsecoin List is the only place that essentially shows the entirety of PulseChain. We're talking 125,000 tokens that are traded on PulseChain are all viewable on Pulsecoin List. We do not gatekeep. We do not prefer specific tokens over others other than the RH tokens since we're on PulseChain. But yeah, this particular platform was born when PulseChain launched. The whole point of this was essentially to provide new users an easier way to get onboarded. So that's why we have an ecosystem where it shows all of the products and projects that are on PulseChain. We have guides, our blog section, as well as various pages that show you stats around PulseChain, stats around specific tokens, where to buy. We compare 30 different places on where to buy and which one is the best and so on. So the biggest update here, and that the community received really, really well, was the update to the portfolio. So now you essentially have a nice looking portfolio that is able to show you all of the coins that are traded or in your wallet. That shows you also the hex stakes. That also shows you the validator nodes. And more importantly, that uses real-time on-chain data to display it to you. So in the next couple of days, we'll be upgrading the portfolio section. One, we will include a view for you to see all of your transactions that happen across multiple wallets within your portfolio, as well as a better and easier integration with Pulseswap.io. Which goes to the next slide, which is Pulseswap.io is another product we launched. So this was with the help of Petias. So we basically launched it on 18 different chains. So this is an aggregator of aggregators. Think of it, it aggregates prices from aggregators as well as individual dexes and gives you the best price or the best rate at that given moment across, again, 125,000 tokens on Pulse Chain. For those that might think, well, why do I need to use PulseSwap? I can just use Petias or just use PulseX. And here, based on our research and what we've seen, it really, really depends. If you are buying anything below $500, for instance, sometimes it makes sense to go directly through a DEX versus Petias. And by the way, PulseSwap was built with the help of Petias. We're really good friends and support that team quite a bit. Especially when you have also larger trades, sometimes it makes sense when we're talking about more unpopular or not common tokens to trade them directly on the DEX or directly via Petias. So all in all, this product was launched roughly a year ago to bring a little bit more transparency into the marketplace, especially since there were some individual platforms that charge you up to 3% hidden fees on their platforms. And we wanted to make sure that users on Pulse Chain always get the best rate across any tool that they use in one UI across any tokens. And then also one of the updates that we also introduced a month ago or a couple months ago is the support for tax tokens. So if you are trading any particular tax tokens, sometimes there's a buy and sell tax of 3, 5, 10, 20, 30%, whatever it is. PulseSwap automatically detects that and allows you to and tells you what the swap tax is so that your transaction never fails. So this becomes ultimately a great way to onboard various communities that essentially build products that have tax tokens on Pulse Chain. And then lastly, this is essentially where it all started, Pulse Domains, a domain name service that we launched on Pulse Chain. As of recently, we got to 530 integrations in total. This includes your .pls name does not only work on Pulse Chain, but it also works outside of Pulse Chain, such as Ethereum, Base, and so on. And this was also achieved through a recent update by using Chainlink's CCIP, which is pretty much a way to bridge out of Pulse Chain and ensure that your .pls name is also visible on all other chains, block explorers, and so on, with the main goal to attract more individuals into Pulse Chain, if that makes sense. So now, let's talk a little bit about onboarding. And I think the heart of, if any of you in the audience have been here in the early Hex days, the dynamics were slightly different. One, we had RH streaming, bull posting, and we had a strong, really, really strong community that was really good and efficient at onboarding. Quite honestly, we've been through a lot over the past 2-3 years. Nonetheless, timing-wise and the posture of RH and the macro, I think this is a time to get back and to revive those dynamics again and to start thinking about onboarding. Just to give you just a quick market shift on why I think so. As mentioned, the past 18 months, 2 years, maybe 3 years, since the start of the SAC, we've seen a lot of sideways action or even like down to the right. A lot of FUD, the SEC case, which put a dark tint over Pulse Chain, RH, and the entire ecosystem. RH being silent at times, which also weighed a lot on the community. A lot of infighting and so on. Well, that is kind of in the past. That is over with. And today we see kind of a new era being presented. One, BTC it's at its all-time high, which happened just 3 days ago. ETH is near its all-time high, which we all know someone or some entity is holding a large wallet with a lot of ETH. Some might call it the RH wallet or the Pulse Chain Treasury, whatever you want to call it. But that particular wallets are now in profit of 100 million, and so that's a good sign. In addition to that, we see also more institutions going after non-BTC funds. In this case, Tom Lee, his big bet on ETH and being really macro bullish, which again profits not only Ethereum in terms of visibility and price appreciation, but also that particular SAT wallet, but then also more attention to EVM or EVM-like chains. And also the shift in the US laws, crypto adoption is now a thing, and US laws are making it easier. And finally, people that work in crypto, have anything to do with crypto, are not being aggressively prosecuted anymore, which is also. And then one thing that is something really worth noting is RH is back and starting to bull post, which I personally haven't seen that for quite some time. The posture has changed. This is a really positive thing. My biggest bet is on RH and his ego and his willingness to win for the glory. I am still personally heavily believe that that's still the case, regardless of how the tech is, regardless how the price is, regardless of how the macro is. I think RH is really great at timing things, and I think now is the time where things start to shift. So yeah, time to onboard. Here I'm not saying, hey, call up your grandma, your parents, and get them into crypto right away. But what I would like to say is, like, start the conversation. With all of my friends and family, I started the conversation around crypto again, and just to share what macro is doing, how laws are changing, how the Pulse Chain ecosystem might be. And I have various friends who are like, okay, once PLS starts running, just let me know. They have an eye on it, but they're just waiting for that one step on when I give them okay of like, hey, I think it's now a good time to start investing. But for now, just start the conversation. Maybe go to a portfolio tracker. Happy if you use pulsecoinlist.com/portfolio to create a portfolio. Could be just a read-only portfolio where you deposit 100 USDC. You buy a little bit PLS, you buy a little bit Hex, you buy a little bit whatever token you favor, put it in there and set it up for your friend. Doesn't need to be his money, could be your money, but at least they have now an app that they can check in on a daily basis, weekly basis, or monthly basis to see how the price is performing. I found that this is usually the best long-term approach to onboard individuals into crypto. Give them a price chart, let them check every now and then, let them read up on things, and essentially get them curious over time. Because I think now is the time to essentially start that conversation. If you've done so, which many have done a couple of years ago, that wouldn't probably not the best timing, but now is the time. And then also for the phase 2, check in with your friends, give them more articles, videos, and guides to read. If obviously if the price continues to go up, feel free to use Pulsecoin List as a resource. We have a lot of guides and ways to buy and so on. But like, give them something into their hands so they can essentially start becoming curious, start reading up on it, and then ultimately the phase 3, which I know all of you guys are really good at, on actually onboarding. Where to buy, how to set up the wallet, how to use various swap providers, and also educating on all of the resources. But again, this is the later stage. Not necessarily now. Get them slowly but surely into crypto and into Pulse Chain. So yeah, with that, that's pretty much it. So thank you so much, Maddie. If you want to check out any of the sites, Pulsecoin List follows the stats, PulseSwap for the best rates across the entire ecosystem, as well as 18 other chains, and Pulse domains for the cool.pls names that I also see here in the chat.
I'm mati.pls.fyi, if anybody's wondering. And I'm a huge fan of your products. Thank you so much for speaking at the conference. We're going to clip all these talks and release them as standalone videos on PulseChain Conf on Twitter. And so looking forward to people being able to share this talk, among others, as a valuable resource. Thank you again, Pulsecoin List.
Thank you. Thank you, Maddie. And thank you all. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thanks. And up next, we have Freddy Quotes, and we are going to have a 30-second musical transition.
The only one that ain't prepared. Oh yes, I'ma be a millionaire. 5, 5, 5, 5, a couple trillion shares. Oh no, I ain't getting wrecked again. Richard Hart, he got us set to win. We're a family, we all the best of friends. We ain't a cult, man, just call us Texicans. ICOs, pump and dumps, they always try to take you. Buy low, sell high, I'm tired of your fake news. You need a token, you broken, you wanna see some massive gains? Lambo, new crib, model wife, cash and chains. Look no further at your final destination. Don't be complacent every day when you paper chasing. Choose the best, leave the rest. Stop investing like you press the only crypto that you'll ever.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey, I'm glad I hit the right button, because that was your Hex anthem. Yeah.
Heck yeah, man. I can't believe that was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
It's been a long time, man.
Well, you look very sharp, and you always do a great job at these conferences. You've probably been at all of them. And so super excited for your 10-minute talk here. I'll let you take it away.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. All right. Good evening, Hex community. As most of you know, and for those of you who don't, I'm Freddy Quotes. I wrote the Hexagon Anthem, Furu's Eulogy, and most recently, Revelations. I am a husband, father, and most importantly, follower of Christ. What an incredible moment to stand here with you, thousands of passionate, driven, and united Hexicans, all part of a movement that's changing the world. I look at this crowd and I see dreamers, builders, and believers who have come together for something bigger than ourselves. Today, I want to talk about the force behind this movement, the one who's inspired us, challenged us, and shown us what's possible. Let's reflect on the qualities that have made this journey so extraordinary and why we're all here, staking our futures together. From the very beginning, this movement started with a vision, a bold, almost impossible dream to reshape finance. Picture this: one person, against all odds, dared to create something entirely new. They saw a world trapped by centralized banks, low yields, and gatekeepers who hold back the everyday person. So they built Hex, a system where anyone, anywhere can stake their tokens, earn high yields, and take control of their financial destiny. This wasn't just coding a smart contract, it was creating a new reality. A financial universe where trust is decentralized and opportunity is open to all. Doesn't that sound like a divine act of creation? Think about it. Out of nothing but an idea, a whole ecosystem was born. PulseChain, Hex, and a community that spans the globe. This visionary didn't just see what was, they saw what could be. They laid the foundation for a movement that's empowered thousands, from small stakers to big dreamers, to build wealth and freedom. That kind of vision, turning chaos into order, despair into hope, feels almost supernatural, doesn't it? But let's be real, the path hasn't been easy. This leader, this creator, has faced storms that would break most people. Skeptics called their ideas a scam. Critics on X and beyond threw shade, questioning every move. Regulatory giants like the SEC came knocking, trying to tear down what was built. And yet through every attack, every doubt, they stood firm. They kept tweeting, kept building, kept showing up for this community. I think about the Hexicans who have stood by through market dips, whale dumps, FUD, the SEC showing at their doorstep on Christmas Day to serve yet another subpoena. True story. You know who you are. The ones defending the vision, holding your stakes, and believing in the bigger picture. That resilience, that unshakable faith comes from the top. It's like a divine endurance, isn't it? When the world rebels, when the naysayers scream, this leader stays steady, guiding us through the fire. It's a strength that inspires us to keep going no matter what comes our way. What makes this movement truly special, though, is how it empowers you. This isn't about one person hoarding power or wealth. It's about giving it away. Hex was designed to put control in your hands. You decide when to stake, how long, and for what reward. No bank, no middleman, no permission needed. That's freedom, financial, personal, and real. This leader didn't just build a system, they gave us the tools to build our own futures. Think about the stories we've heard. People paying off debts, funding dreams, or just staking a few hex to feel part of something bigger. That's empowerment. It's like a divine gift handed down to us so we can rise up, make choices, and shape our own destinies. This leader saw us not as followers, but as co-creators in this revolution. And that's why we're here, not just to follow, but to build alongside them. Now let's talk about the spark that keeps us fired up. You've all seen it, those X posts that light up your feed, the conference talks that make you cheer, those bold, unapologetic moments that make you proud to be a Hexican. This leader has a charisma that draws us in, a voice that cuts through the noise. They're not afraid to call out the haters, to challenge the system, or to stand out in the world that wants conformity. It's like a divine call, isn't it? Common theme. When they speak, we listen. When they lead, we follow, not blindly, but because we believe. Their passion ignites ours. Their courage strengthens ours. They've turned a group of strangers into a family, united by a shared dream. That's not just leadership, that's a gift, a magnetic force that pulls us together and pushes us forward. And let's not forget the genius behind it all. Hex didn't just appear, it solved real problems. Low yields, Hex offers high APY staking. Slow networks, Pulsechain delivers speed and scalability. This leader looked at the broken systems of traditional finance and said, we can do better. They didn't just complain like I have at times. They innovated. They built tools that worked for us, not against us. That kind of problem solving feels almost divine, like a mind that sees solutions where others only see obstacles. It's why Hex has outlasted the doubters, why it's grown through every challenge. This leader's ingenuity has given us a system that's not just surviving, it's thriving. And it's why we're here celebrating a movement that's rewriting the rules. So here we are, Hexicans, standing on the shoulders of a visionary who created, endured, empowered, inspired, and innovated. You might think I've been talking about one person this whole time, someone we all know, someone who's led this community with unmatched passion. And yes, I've drawn inspiration from the incredible work of Richard Hart, the founder of Hex, whose vision and grit have brought us together. But let me share a truth that's bigger than any one person. Every quality I've described, creation, resilience, empowerment, charisma, innovation, points to something greater. These aren't just human traits. They're reflections of the one true and holy God. Who else could create a universe from nothing, endure our doubts, yet remain faithful, empower us with free will, inspire us in his word, and solve the problems of our brokenness with his love? Richard Hart, like all of us, is a vessel, a very, very gifted, sometimes flawed, extraordinary vessel for God's work. The vision for Hex, the strength to face adversity, the power to uplift this community, it all comes from above. As I've said before, ultimate glory belongs to Jesus, who gave us his life for our eternal freedom. Hex is a tool, a blessing, certainly, but it's God who deserves the praise. I pray that my message is not lost in your opinion of me. I have been a terrible example of my faith. I've struggled with a quick temper. I use foul language. I've promoted the use of drugs on streams. I've wrestled with pride and placed money and crypto above my devotion to God, chasing false idols. I'm not perfect, but I'm striving daily to align my actions with my faith and lead by example. There may be times I fall short, and I'll disappoint you, and I apologize for that. For too long, I've led others away from Christ. Through prayer and fasting, my heart is changing. I'm no longer chasing the biggest bag or clout like a shout out from Richard on stream, even though it was cool when it happened. My mission now is to guide others who, like me, stumble and seek a deeper, more fulfilling relationship with Christ. So let's stand together, Hexicans, give thanks not just to our founder, Richard Hart, but to the creator who made all this possible. Let's build, stake, and dream, knowing that every step forward is for his glory. Thank you, and may God continue to guide, protect, and bless Richard and the entire Hex community. Thank you, Maddie, for giving me a platform this evening to be here with all of the Hexicans. Love you guys.
Inspirational and well-spoken as always. Thank you so much, Freddy Quotes, for
Absolutely.
always being a part of these conferences and for your contributions and the message that you get out into PulseChain.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man.
My pleasure. And we're going to have a 45-second musical interlude before we have Aubrey de Grey on stream.
Insane staking on the East End Post. We on 2 chains. Other coins didn't fit. What was I supposed to do? Not stake and stay broke with you? Shit. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sex. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game. Which is why the hell you see me DCA in the post chain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sex. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same. Ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sex. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA it in the post chain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sex. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same. Ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. You other Sammy Chicas need to get your crypto coffee to wake up and out of ditches so you go from rags to riches.
Hey there, Aubrey.
Hello. Hello, hello.
It's great to see you as always. You are one of the top longevity experts in the world, and we are so honored to have you speaking again at the PulseChain conference this year.
Well, you're very kind. Thank you so much for having me back. It's I maybe it's useful to have a little interlude from the crypto-centric topics, but I hope I can be entertaining, and I do.
Yeah.
I do have some interesting things to announce today that will be very crypto-centric. So
awesome. I'm so excited to hear that. And part of the context here is that the Hex community raised $27.5 million for longevity research that was directed towards you. And so there's this huge following within Hex and PulseChain for the work that you do. And that's why we're so keen to hear from you and hear updates and follow along, and consider ourselves very lucky to have you in our corner.
Well, thank you.
So I'll let you take it away here for an hour, just let me know whenever you want me to pop back on screen.
Great. Yeah, I will. I'll try and leave a bit of time for questions if there are any. My slides seem to be uploaded, but I don't know quite how to make them start. Oh, here we go. Good. That's what I needed. Marvelous. All right. So, hello everybody, and as I said to Matty just now, I am delighted to be back. It's a great privilege to be able to speak to a community whose main focus is not the same as mine, but who have, as Matty mentioned, been enormously important in supporting the work that I have been doing over these years. And today I've got a bit of a change of pace. I will be talking, of course, about the work that we've been doing in my foundation, LEV Foundation, over the past few years. And I'm also going to be talking about what we plan to do next. But one thing that I think should be of interest to people here is that we are going to be launching a token that will be, of course, have the purpose of raising funds for the work that we want to do, but which will, of course, have the capacity to do what tokens do in general, which, of course, you guys know more about than I do. So let me just start with a little bit of background. I know that most people here will have seen some of my talks before, so I'm just going to be very brief in summarizing the context, the philosophy that I pursue in my research, and the reason why I think that research has a respectable chance of having dramatic benefits to humanity in the foreseeable future. So it starts with giving a concrete definition of a word that people just don't define very well, namely the word aging. People just, they're very wishy-washy about their definitions of aging, and that's a big problem because people constantly talk past each other as a result. And when I say people, I even mean, professional biologists. It's terrible. So I always use this definition here, which has been slightly misformatted. Oh well. At any rate, what I say is that the concept of aging is not a single process. It's a combination of two processes. A process that goes on throughout life, whereby our metabolism, which is to say the set of processes that keep us alive from one day to the next, very, very complicated network of things, creates damage, creates changes to the microscopic structure of the body, the molecular and cellular structure. And those changes add up, they accumulate over time. And the reason it's appropriate to call those changes damage is simply that the body is not set up to tolerate infinite arbitrary amounts of that damage, of that stuff, of those changes, but only a certain amount. It is set up to tolerate a certain amount, which is why nothing really happens in early adulthood. The 40-year-old is pretty much as functional, both physically and mentally, as a 20-year-old. Of course, not at the absolute pinnacle of elite performance, but by and large. But thereafter, things start to go downhill eventually, because the damage exceeds the amount that the body is set up to tolerate. And that's the right-hand process that happens in late life, where damage creates the health problems of late life, which I'm using the word pathology to encompass. All right, so why does this make sense? Well, it's useful because it tells us how to fix damage. Because we already know that even when damage accumulates, we can stop it from causing pathologies by preventative maintenance. If we have a car that was designed to last maybe 10 years, like this one here, we can keep it going for 100 years, which is exactly what has happened to this car right here. And the way we do it is simply by getting rid of the rust and changing the oil and doing a bunch of other things, perhaps a more comprehensive job of preventative maintenance than what your average person does to their car, so that basically it never gets to the point where the damage is so much that the doors fall off and such like. We know, therefore, that for simple man-made machines, preventative maintenance works. It just completely transcends any kind of warranty period that we might think exists for the machine. And therefore, there is absolutely no reason why the same thing cannot be done for a really complicated machine, the human body. The human body is, after all, a machine. Its function is determined by its structure. So preventative maintenance is just as relevant as it is for a simple man-made machine. And the only difficulty is that because the human body is so much more complicated, it takes a lot more work to figure out how to do that preventative maintenance. And that's what I'm all about. So one thing that this tells us is that we must not think in terms of some kind of distinction between the so-called diseases of old age, like Alzheimer's or almost all cancers, or heart disease and so on, versus things that are not called diseases, but that also happen late in life, like poorly defined things like frailty. That's what most people do. They think of these things as separate, as somehow biologically distinct from each other in a meaningful way. But that's completely wrong. The only distinction between those two things is semantic. That the things we call diseases are just aspects of aging that we have given disease-like names to, and that's all. So what does this mean? Well, as I said, preventative maintenance is the name of the game. And there it is in the middle. We can stop the accumulation of damage from happening by eliminating damage every so often so that it never reaches the point that causes things to go bad late in life. And this is in contrast to the other approaches to keeping people healthy for a longer amount of time that the scientific and medical community has pursued over the past century or more, which I'm calling here the gerontology approach and the geriatrics approach. I won't spend time today going through why those approaches are basically doomed and have no chance whatsoever of ever really achieving very much, because I've done that many times in other talks, including talks to this community. So please refer to those if you want to, because Matty is very good at putting his live streams online. I know that these things are still on YouTube. But the thing is, my slides are over. Here we go. Here we go. The thing is, you have to actually, of course, say what this means in practice. And so the reason I've been able to make this a plausible, feasible research program is because 25 years ago, I saw that it was possible to classify the various types of damage that the body does to itself into a very manageable number of categories, which I'm listing on the left-hand side of this table. And the reason this classification is important is because it has the right-hand side of the table. For each of these categories, there is a corresponding generic approach to actually doing this maintenance, doing the damage repair. And I'm pleased to say that this has been a very successful way of thinking. First of all, we've actually seen a lot of progress in the laboratory, both in the organizations that I have led over these 20-odd years, and also in other laboratories around the world, with the result that all of these things actually are now at a point where, at least in some ways, they are being taken through into the private sector, into startup companies. So that's very heartening. Also, in the academic community, this has become a very mainstream idea. The paper I'm referring to at the top here, which was published more than a decade after I first put this idea forward, basically it was published by the time it was published, its time had come, if you like, and people were willing to embrace this. And so this was very much a restatement of what I had said before, but this time it was very well received, and it has become by a huge distance the most highly cited paper in the entire biology of aging this century, and I'm sure it will stay that way. So that's very nice. But that's enough background, because as I say, I have talked about this, including to this community, many times before. So let me now move on to the kind of things that we think we need to do, and that we are doing in my foundation. Now, as you've seen already, the approach that we believe is most promising in postponing the health problems of late life is a multi-pronged approach, a divide and conquer approach. And that means that in order to make it work, you have to do a lot of things to the same individual at the same time. Now, that applies just as much in the laboratory in mice as it does in future in the clinic in humans. So we work in mice, and we are figuring out what works. We're trying to get these mice to live a lot longer by giving them a lot of things at the same time. And so 2.5 years ago, more like nearly 3 years ago, we designed an experiment that would test 4 interventions, which individually were already very promising. They had been shown by other groups to be effective, even when begun late in life, when the mice were already in middle age, in actually keeping them alive for longer. And of course, keeping them alive by keeping them healthy for longer. So what do I mean by middle age? Well, these are normal mice. They typically live about 2.5 years on average. And so we didn't do anything to them at all until they'd already lived to 1.5 years, and they had a year to live. And we wanted to give them as much additional life as possible. Our stretch goal is to get an additional year, an additional 12 months. And that's a real stretch goal, because it's 3 times the effect size that anyone has achieved so far. Various things, including actually this one rapamycin on its own, can achieve 4 months if you do the experiment in the way I've described, if you start when the mice are already 1.5 years old. So this is what we tried to do. We gave them rapamycin, but we also gave them a whole bunch of other things. Rapamycin is not actually a damage repair treatment. It's what's called a calorie restriction mimetic, which means it's kind of a positive control, as scientists would say. We're interested in seeing whether we can beat what that does. So we gave it to them as we gave it to these mice as one of the treatments, but really the treatments that we were interested in are the other three. We gave them a bone marrow transplant from young mice. This is something that other people had done, and it has given substantial increase in lifespan. We also gave them a virus that had been engineered to express an enzyme called telomerase, which many of you may have heard of. And again, this has been seen to extend life in mice. And finally, we gave them something called a senolytic, which is a drug that selectively kills off cells that have got into what's often called a zombie state, a state where they are really, very hard to kill off. The immune system tries to kill them off and it fails, but they secrete toxins. They're bad for the body. So various drugs have been found that can kill these cells, and we used one of those. We also, of course, measured the health of these mice in a variety of ways. So we'll talk about that in a moment. But that was the design of the experiment. Now, the thing was, it was a huge experiment with 1,000 mice. So I would like to explain, first of all, why it was so many mice. Let's do that on this slide, actually. The reason is because we didn't just have a bunch of mice that were getting these four things and a control group that were not getting them. That would be easy, and that would have taken like 200 mice. We also needed, however, to include mice that were just getting one of these treatments, because we needed to validate that we were doing the experiment correctly, that we were recapitulating the results that had been published by other people. And then a really critical part of these experiments is to identify antagonistic interactions. In other words, cases where two interventions somehow cancel each other out. You may think, well, that seems rather an unlikely thing to happen, but it's not unlikely at all. It's actually something that we really need to look for. It's been seen in many cases by other groups. So that meant, in addition to the two groups, the group that get everything and the group that get nothing, we had 8 other groups. So that's 1,000 mice. And that's a damned large experiment by the standards of mouse work. So that's what we did. And as I say, we also measured many aspects of the health of these mice, because we wanted to know what was going wrong with them and which aspects of their health we were delaying. Now, a good thing about working with mice is that lots of people, lots of researchers have worked with mice for many, many decades. And they've developed some really good protocols for determining everything you would like to know about function, whether it's, deafness or blindness or memory or endurance or, agility or you name it. They've got it. They've got it sorted. So we did all of the standard things that one does in these experiments. But at the end of the day, the thing that matters most to everybody, including us, is survival. It's how long these mice live. So this is the result of the experiment. It's actually only half the result, because here I'm only looking at the female mice. And, well, the basic message is that the experiment worked in the sense that we showed that if you give more than one of these treatments to mice, you get greater benefit than what you get if you give only one. So there are 10 lines here, because as I explained, we had 10 treatment groups. And each line is what's called a Kaplan-Meier curve, which basically means that the x-axis is the age of the mice, starting from the age at which we began the experiment, which was 18 months. I think it was actually 19 months. And the y-axis is the proportion of mice that are still alive at any given age. So, of course, it goes down as it goes to the right. So then you can see that 2 of the lines I've highlighted as thick lines, a red one and a blue one, and the rest of them are thinner. The red line is the group that got all the 4 treatments, and the blue line is the group that didn't get any of them. And very hearteningly, the red line did better than anybody else, or at least as well as everybody else, and the blue line did worse than everybody else. And all the others are in the middle. So that's exactly what we were hoping for. But of course, as you can see, the magnitude of the effect is rather modest. It's only about 3 or 4 months, same as what people have been able to achieve in the past. So that was disappointing, but at the same time, this is the first time anyone has done an experiment, anything like this. So honestly, we were not like, really, we did not have our head in the clouds. We were not expecting that this thing would hit the jackpot first time. We got the same kind of result in male mice, though as you can see, it's rather messier. If you look closely, you can see that the thick blue line is somewhere in the middle. So what's going on there? Well, that's not half the story, because if you look even more closely, you will see that the groups that were doing the worst in the first year of the experiment, the first half of the experiment, actually caught up, and they overtook the control group in the end. Whereas conversely, a couple of other groups did fine in the first year, and then they fell off a cliff. I'm not pretending to understand that result, to be honest. We are still looking at a whole bunch of other data to see whether we can come up with hypotheses. But broadly, we have the same result, that the treatments work, and we definitely have some degree of additivity. All right, so a lot of you may be thinking, well, okay, why is Aubrey de Grey here? Why is he talking about mice? Why is Matty so keen on him? And, well, honestly, the fundamental reason is, I think, very much the way that hexagons think. I'm interested in, having a good life, but also in helping other people to have a good life, just the way that Richard thinks. And, perhaps that's a large part of why Richard encouraged people to help this work several years ago, as Matty mentioned. So I want to achieve the comprehensive medical control of aging for everybody as soon as possible. LEV stands for longevity escape velocity, which is, again, something that I defined a long time ago, and I won't go into it now because I've done so many times in the past. But what I really think is that what that requires is for humanity to wake up. At the moment, the number one difficulty that those of us who want to bring aging under control are facing is that people don't care, or at least they pretend that they don't care. And I say pretend because the fact is everybody actually does care. Everyone's terrified of getting old, getting sick when they get old. But they're also terrified, even more terrified, of getting their hopes up, of getting emotionally invested in the idea that we might be able to do something about that in time for them. So, we've got to fix that. And I believe I have a plan, and it begins with these mice. So let me tell you what my plan is. Essentially, I think that we can address public apathy, which isn't really apathy, as I say, it's really just terror and refusal to think rationally about the problem. We can address it by getting mouse results to change the kind of statements that my colleagues in the field, the subject matter experts, are willing to say publicly. And the reason that matters is not because the public care about mice. It's also not even because the public care about scientists. Honestly, the public don't really care about either of those things. But the public do care about another very remarkable group of people called the world's leading global influencers. Oprah Winfrey, Joe Rogan, Mr. Beast. And those people, for whatever reason, do care what the subject matter experts say. I've been on Joe Rogan's show a couple of times, so have various of my other colleagues in the field. All of these people, not only are they interested in the crusade to try to defeat aging, they don't mind people knowing that they're interested in it. They're already pretty near to what we need. So what have they not done? What they have not done is go out and demand a global war on aging in the way that, Oprah Winfrey every week demands that you go and buy this particular book, and people just do, right? That's what I want to make happen. And I believe that it will happen once my colleagues in the community start to believe that we are pretty close to bringing human aging under medical control. And that will happen if we get really dramatic results in mice. I should probably emphasize this a little bit more, because the fact is, gerontologists, people who study the biology of aging, are often a little bit, well, I won't go so far as to say dishonest, but they are a little bit biased in what they emphasize when they talk about their work and the field's work. Because they don't really like people to realize that we have been so unsuccessful for decades in making any progress, even in mice, in getting them to live longer. I mentioned that we can already get mice to live 4 months longer if you start treating them when they've got roughly a year to live. Thing is, we could already do that literally 50 years ago, which is insane. And gerontologists they kind of sweep that under the carpet. I mean, not surprisingly, because they want to pretend that they're making good progress in order to get their next grant application funded. But, if we did get dramatic progress, then suddenly it's a different world. And that's why I believe these people are these people are friends of mine, of course. We all know each other really well. So I feel I have a good read on what they are and are not willing to say. So I believe that's what we need. So, thing is, we need to actually do these experiments in order to bring all that cascade of dominoes about. And honestly, it's not very much money, but it's more money than I've been able to raise so far. The first experiment that I've just shown you the results of cost about $3.5 million. And even that's not the whole story, because there's a whole bunch of tissues that we have stored for future analysis that will tell us a lot more. Probably another $1 million there. Now, I tried to get this going 5 years ago. 5 years ago, it was almost impossible to do it, because really there were only a couple of interventions that looked promising, but that was better than nothing. And I knew that because we might discover a bunch of, surprises in this stage where we put things together that individually show that they work, I wanted to really get going, and I did. But the fact is, as people here know, I was deprived of the funding that you guys provided, with which I would have done that. The cost in terms of lives is astronomical, and I can hardly think about it. And it would have been even more if a few of you, people who had given a particularly large amount of money to the airdrop in 2021, had not sued the foundation for fraud. It worked to the extent of letting me get the first RMR experiment going, the one I've just told you about, but that money is now exhausted, and indeed, we haven't really achieved what I want. But we have to set that aside and focus on accumulating the new money that is necessary to do subsequent experiments so as to get to that goal of a 12-month increase in lifespan that will kick off a proper COVID-scale war on aging. So, well, what's the next step? And I think the formatting's gone kablooey again. This is what happens with StreamYard, but there you go. Fact is, there are quite a lot of interventions now that have a good chance of synergizing, of working together to make a lot of this happen. The past few years has seen an avalanche of such things. It's been amazing how many new publications have come out showing that middle-aged mice can be given this or that intervention and they will live longer. I wish this slide were more legible, but I will go to the next slide and see whether that's better. It is better. All right. The main thing is that in the next experiment, we're going to go even bigger. We're not going to do 4 interventions. We're going to do 8. It's going to take 2,000 mice, not 1,000. And so I want to say why. The fundamental reason is 2 reasons. Number one, because we need to get a bigger effect size. We did our best with the 4 interventions, but we only got the 4 months that people had got in the past. And we believe that we can definitely beat that if we have a greater amount of diversity. Essentially, because aging is this, multi-pronged thing where there's a lot of different types of damage accumulating at different rates because of a lot of different processes, you've got to tick all the boxes. And some of those boxes can be ticked indirectly. In other words, there can be knock-on effects. When you fix one type of damage, the body gets better at fixing other types on its own. But that may or may not be comprehensive. And if you don't at least somewhat fix everything, then your mice are going to die on schedule, more or less, because there's a lot of things they could die of. So we feel that's the main reason why it's better to go for more interventions. But of course, the main thing is because we can. As I mentioned a moment ago, there's been an avalanche of new discoveries of things that actually work individually a little bit, and therefore that have reason to be put together to be combined in a new experiment. Most of those things only came out in the past few years. Let me go to the next slide, and I'm hoping it's not going to be it's a bit of a mess again. But fact is, those of you know what the database PubMed is. It's a database of publications that is maintained by the US National Institutes of Health. The numbers here are the PubMed IDs of the single most important publications for each of these interventions that have risen them to a sufficient level of promise to justify including them in this experiment or the next one. As you see, there's some on the left that are really the ones that are most justified because they're the published study involves starting late in life. The ones on the right have slightly less justification, but still plenty. And so now to the really big news that may be of relevance to those of you here. Many of you will have heard of a DAO named VitaDAO. DAOs are, of course, all the rage at the moment. Decentralized autonomous organizations. VitaDAO is focused entirely on the longevity mission, and they work with another biology research and blockchain-focused organization called Bioprotocol. We have been collaborating over the past year or so with these groups, and there are 2 products of that collaboration that are both about to be launched. One of them is an AI agent, something that essentially you can ask it questions and it gives answers that are uncannily similar to the answers that I myself would give, but it has rather more bandwidth than I do. It's in the process of being released. There is already an account on X, which you can see right there, x.com/AubreyAI with an underscore at the end. If you don't put the underscore, you get somebody else's Twitter account, I'm afraid. But yeah, the thing is that that's where you will see announcements of the ways to access this agent, which will become available in the next few days or a couple of weeks at the absolute outside. But on top of that, there's a token coming with the same name And it's days away. The plan is that it will be launched. It'll be released next week. Of course, these things do occasionally slip a little bit. It'll be on base at first, but of course, because of the enormous support that my work has had from the Pulse Chain community and the Hex community, we are looking to bridge to Pulse Chain as soon as possible. So yeah, keep your eyes open for that. But initially, it'll be on base, and the people that are doing this are awfully good artists as well. I love these graphics that are coming up. You'll find them on the Twitter account that I just mentioned. I should mention that the way that the launch is going to be done will be at the verified X account, and of course the contact address for the agent and for the coin will be there. The token will be verified on the major trackers and linked in the usual way. This is something that I'm honestly a bit of a novice about, but I'm sure you understand what all of this means. And I should also mention that, as ever, there will be the risk of fake accounts. I am a public figure, and this may attract interest from the kind of people who try to scam. In particular, it turns out we only noticed the other day, but there's a token with this name that was created on Solana just, several months ago. We don't even know who did this, but it is nothing to do with the token that's going to be launched next week. So please ignore that thing on Solana. So that's really all I wanted to say. Obviously, I want, as always, to enormously thank from the bottom of my heart the people whose donations have allowed me and my team to do so much over these years, especially the RMR experiment that I described to you today. And we've had great collaborators and advisors. iCore Life Sciences, which is a spin out from the my previous foundation, were the people who actually performed the experiment under our supervision and specification. Any biologists here who may want to get into the weeds of all of this, please have a look at the review paper that we published last year, which talks not only about the design of the RMR studies, but also the rationale for them in a good deal more depth. And of course, there's a donate page on our website. A QR code is right there. But there will, as I said, be very soon a new way to donate to the RMR2, the next studies that we want to do. And I very much hope that I have got you salivating, waiting for that coin to be launched next week or thereabouts. Thank you very much. And I see that it's now 10 to the hour, so I hope that means that there is time if anyone wants to ask questions. I have the chat open, so I'll be able to see what anyone says. I'm looking in the comments now. And, I will be happy. I will stick around for the next 10 minutes or more and answer any questions people have. I see one question already saying, why would it not be on Pulse Chain first? Well, honestly, I said that too. And this has not been entirely up to me. However, Base has, I understand it, a very strong community in Vitalik Buterin's network. And Vitalik, as many of you will know, has also been a major financial supporter of my work over many years. Probably $50 million total, something like that. And of course, he has a big network, which may be valuable for that. Someone says Solana over Pulse Chain. So as I say, we are not launching on Solana. This coin that's on Solana right now is nothing to do with us. It's a fake coin. Please ignore it. I'm looking for other questions here. There are. One thing I should say, since my slides got a bit disformatted in the process of loading them into StreamYard is that anyone who wants to see my slides in more detail and review them at their leisure, please just copy down my email address, which is still on the screen. And, I'm very well behaved with my email. Someone says, what orals can we take in the meantime? That's really not my area of expertise. I always have to emphasize this. I am very much a PhD, not an MD. I work on things that are not yet available. Now, of course, there are plenty of people who are very knowledgeable about what one should take. So all I will say is that there's one generalization that I can make, which is there are no generalizations. In other words, the only thing that matters really is how your body behaves, and everybody's body behaves differently. Everybody has different weaknesses different Achilles heels in their metabolism. So there's no one answer to the question, what can we take in the meantime? So yeah, I'm still here. Do I know about I can't read, do I know about some symbol? Pulse Reflections writes, I'm afraid someone's going to have to explain a little more about that. I do not know what that symbol is, and I also don't know what it might mean. I don't use any beard conditioner, for whoever Fox Mulder are asked. For whatever reason, I seem to get away with not doing that. Right, yeah, and so Street Guru replies again, supplements and vitamins. Yeah, absolutely. Different people need different things. So here's an example, right? So I have had my blood looked at many times, probably 15 times over the past 20, 25 years. And the good news is I always come out really young for my age. So that's great. So I've been very conservative about what to do. But it's now become apparent that the one thing that was always a little strange about my blood work was I always had high homocysteine. Homocysteine is a chemical that, it's generally not good to have too much of it. It didn't seem to be doing me any harm, but it probably was a warning sign. And then eventually my genome got sequenced, and it was determined why I have high homocysteine. There's a well-known variant in one particular gene called MTHFR. And furthermore, it's known that there's a particular variant of vitamin B12 that can basically fix this. You can't, not any old B12, it has to be methylcobalamin, but it's easy to get, it's over the counter, it's in stores. So I now take a vitamin, which I never did until quite recently. That's the kind of thing that one has to do. One has to actually know what is good for oneself, not just take generic things. Pulsex Reflection says caduceus. I imagine that is the name of the symbol, but I still don't know what it means. Rich, okay, while Pulsex is answering that, let me answer Rich Sainsbury, who says, lockdowns seem to be a displeasure of some. Do you still think they were the right call? Well, honestly, I don't know whether lockdowns were the right thing, but I certainly do very much know that vaccines were the right thing, which again, of course, some people think that's not true either, but I'm very much in the mainstream in that regard. And so when I use this new slogan that I've been using all year, which is we need to make aging the new COVID, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about lockdowns, I'm talking about vaccines. Fact is that what happened in 2020 was that the world just, rose up and said, we're not in favor of this COVID thing. And they caused the world to get on and fix it. they developed medicines that saved countless lives over the next year or two. And they did so by getting a vaccine not only developed but distributed literally 10 times faster than it had ever been done before. It was something that anybody prior to 2020 would have said was completely impossible because of all of the bureaucratic inertia and regulatory, obstacles. And these things were just swept away when humanity decided that that's what they wanted to happen. Now, I know that because they were developed so quickly, there were side effects. I am quite sure that some lives were lost and some other lives were shortened as a result of the very rapid development and distribution of those medicines. But I'm also very, very sure that the number of lives that were lost or shortened was a tiny, tiny fraction of the number of lives that were saved. Matty very nicely says, please donate anything on Pulsechain to Aubrey, and he's put up a link to, Matty will describe this in better language than I will, but the coins that we can directly take in the donate page of LEV Foundation are only the ones that are traded on Coinbase. So if you want to donate anything on Pulsechain that is not, then Matty has been extraordinarily heroic and created a way to do that. So please copy that URL. I have never heard of vitamin B17, so if anyone wants to tell me, then that would be great. Street Guru now says something about quantum computing. No, quantum computing will not be essential to the work that we do in the future. It's not inconceivable that it may contribute in the future, but right now I'm interested in stuff that we can already do, and what computers can do right now is mostly at the level of machine learning, the enormous advances that have been made with things with programs such as AlphaFold, which are very, very important for what we do.
I'm back.
Here's Matty.
Hey.
Hey. So Matty, please elaborate on the URL, the debank URL that you put up, because I'm sure you can say it in better words than I can.
Sure. Well, there are thousands of tokens traded on Ethereum and Pulsechain that are not listed on Coinbase. And if people want to donate those tokens to Aubrey, as others have, you can send to that address, which allows us to receive them on a Trezor that can then be converted into USDC and put to good use for Aubrey's research. The more direct way is to donate things by going to levf.org/donate and using one of the more supported cryptos on centralized exchanges. But the whole point here is that we wanted to open it up for people in DeFi, open it up for this next generation of cryptos that that are bringing freedom to the world. And so for some people, donating something like converting from Pulsechain into Ethereum could create a taxable event, and so they would rather just donate via whatever token they have available. And so that's something that people can publicly audit and see that everything's getting to Aubrey. And So that's great. But yeah, I would re-encourage everyone to keep donating, because the progress can't be made unless we make contributions. And yeah, so it's really exciting to have one of the top longevity experts in the world to speak regularly at these Hex and Pulse Chain conferences. And so we're really lucky to have Aubrey in our corner.
Well, I'm really lucky to have you in my corner, Matty. And of course, the same goes for the rest of the Hex community and Pulse Chain community. You guys have been so supportive, and I will never forget that. We are eternally grateful to the contributions that you guys have made.
I am hopeful that Hex and Pulse Chain will experience another great run in the next year or two, that we'll see a 10x or 100x or 1000x compared to current prices. And part of what makes me so bullish on this this particular conference and this crypto is because there's currently an effort underway to send hundreds of thousands, if not 2 million mysterious electronic devices, something even better than postcards, to 2 million homes in the United States, targeted at high net worth zip codes, perhaps through a DeFi foundation or foundations that will get the word out about Hex and Pulse Chain to people who are ready to hear about money that is decentralized and the value proposition here. And so the first container with these mailing offerings, these free gifts that will be mailed out, has landed in the United States here maybe this week or next week, and there's been a whole network set up to lead to the distribution of direct mail to allow the world to find out about us. And so that's certainly one of the ingredients that I hope will bring fortune to our community and allow us to give more to Aubrey's longevity research.
Well, thank you again, Matty.
Thanks, Aubrey, and looking forward to continuing to work with you in the future. And we'll cut up this talk and have it released in the next 4 days on the Pulse Chain Conference Twitter. And so thanks again for speaking and everything you do for the world.
Well, thank you again. Bye for now.
Take care. Awesome. And now we'll be leading into our final panel for the night. And stick around, hit the like and subscribe button, share this out, because we're going to do another round of giving away free money from Pateus. But of course, everybody's sticking around for the great talks as well. So up next, we're going to have Zenith and CC from Liquid Loans after this 1 minute interlude.
Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the post chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the post chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the post chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain.
Hey guys.
Matty, how we doing, buddy?
Awesome. Both of you guys are favorites in the space, and do great jobs speaking for PulseChain. And so I'm really excited to have you on the stream. We had planned to have a couple more join us, and so if they end up making it, we'll add them on the stream. But I think you guys are more than capable of having a great discussion, speaking about anything PulseChain related, and giving us updates on whatever you're the most interested in. And this panel will go for another 55 minutes, or whenever you call me back on screen.
Oh, dude, hang out with us, please. I got
sure.
something for you. I got something for you.
Okay.
Yeah, but first and foremost, that was Aubrey de Grey, right? Like,
oh yeah,
dude, what a legend! Oh my gosh.
We've been lucky with this conference. Huge names from outside the PulseChain ecosystem. Last night we had Brock Pierce, the man who co-founded Tether, and the richest actor in the history of the world. And tonight we've had Aubrey de Grey, top longevity researcher in the world. So yeah, we're doing pretty well this year.
I would say that's very, very well. So, good sir, if you don't remember, the last time you and I had the wonderful opportunity to share a stream together, we were back in Vegas, and we pitched the idea with Dollar Cost Crypto there for the Hex quarterly shareholder meeting. So I was thinking it's about time we checked in on that and see how we're doing.
Okay.
So at a glance, where
well,
we at
and welcome to CC from Liquid Loans as well.
Of course, absolute stud right here. The Liquid Loans protocol, guys. You still working? Still going hard? What's more to say about that?
Yeah. So Zenith, I must admit, it first time we've met on live, I believe. I don't think we've ever caught up before. So forgive me.
You and I have not, but I'm very familiar with the rest of your team, and we love all you guys over at Liquid Loans, and really appreciate everything you guys do. You make some good stuff.
It's good to hear that, because I think the guys work really, really hard. And whilst I'll be on camera occasionally, there's a team that's doing a hell of a lot of work in the background. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. I mean, we can start off with that real quick. So Liquid Loans, how's that going? We have one of the first lending protocols on PulseChain. We're now, pretty much 2 years in? How you guys doing?
Yeah, look, the team's working really, really hard. I think part of the challenge for us has been, look, the elephant in the room, obviously, is that things haven't been going well from a tokenomics perspective. Having said that, though, people that have actually been using the protocol in the way that it's intended have shared in over $12 million worth of yield that's been generated in the protocol. So from that point of view, we're really happy that if you are a participant in the protocol, you've been able to garner some really healthy gains just by using the protocol. So it's been working flawlessly. Look, obviously, we're still working on other projects. So a couple of things for me, Zenith, is probably more about it's the other things that we're bringing to PulseChain. And I think, and maybe people aren't aware, but there is PulseChain Safe, which is the Gnosis equivalent for PulseChain. So anyone that wants to have a multi-sig on the chain, it's been working. It's been working for as long as Liquid Loans has been working. We initially developed it for that purpose, but it's such a great tool that anyone can use the multi-sig on PulseChain, and it's been working since day dot. So from that point of view, that's good. The other project that we had to build was an Oracle service. So we worked with one of the teams to develop Fetch. So Fetch Oracle has launched. It's been around for quite some time now. And it's the only working Oracle that I'm aware of on PulseChain. I think there's been some others that have been working on some Oracles, but in all honesty, I'm not sure where they've gotten to with theirs. But it's really important to have that sort of infrastructure on the chain that people can actually use. So the guys have been doing a hell of a lot of work in that space. But here's the other thing that we're trying to do, and this is probably what I had hoped that we could talk a lot about, is how do we bring PulseChain more broadly to a larger audience, and in some respects, not just an audience of people wanting to invest in PulseChain, but we need to appeal to development communities, right? People that want to develop, people that want to build on PulseChain. We need to be able to reach those audiences, and I think there's some ways that we can do that. So one of the things that we are sort of working on, and certainly have done that for PulseChain, is there's a marketing site that we've built that promotes all projects. It even has an influencer list, and it's called gopulsechain.com. If you go to that, it's just fantastic, right? It's a really, really good site, and we should be using that to promote everything and anything about PulseChain. And so from our point of view, it was our intent to bring something to the table that anyone can use to help promote PulseChain.
Absolutely.
I want to throw out real quick, because I don't know that I'll get another chance to say this, even though it's not the most important thing we could talk about. But T-Share app, which I am like the front man for, we released something that allows you to recover your staker app stakes. And so if you go to safe.tshare.app, that's another tool that probably, since I'm not streaming weekly lately, people are never going to hear about it unless I bring it up right now. And so that's free, and check it out. But yeah, let's bring it back to this most important question of how to bring new people into PulseChain.
Yeah. So CC, you had a really good point there, which is that you want people to build in PulseChain because it helps build the ecosystem to support everything going on. This is a bit of a personal take here, but I think that PulseChain actually succeeds very well in that area. We've been going for a little over 2 years now. There are a plethora of protocols for a lot of different projects out there, whether it's you guys over Liquid Loans doing that kind of stuff, whether it's the multitude of DEXs that are out there and still all operational, all working, and a handful of other stuff going on. I think that PulseChain has really been, I'm speaking as not a builder here. I tip the hat to you guys all day, because I say that building projects is hard, building good projects is damn hard. So anytime someone does that, yes, sir, there you go. I think that we have a very healthy ecosystem and a very solid foundation. When it comes to getting people onto the chain, it's going to be a matter of incentives. It's the classic, how do you incentivize the activity that you want to see? I think that there's a lot of good yield over here. There's a lot of opportunity when it comes to plays. And I think that we have a handful of some pretty good bridges to other chains that allows it, or makes it easy for people to play between the ecosystems. So I see that, but I also think that the more roads we can build, the better off we're going to be. I know that there's a lot of folks working on building the bridges, because those are some very, very critical and difficult things to get going, but they're very important, because it makes more inroads and outroads towards PulseChain. So overall in the ecosystem, like at a glance, if you just want to go based on like stablecoins, there's about $50 million market cap for stablecoins on PulseChain. There's $276 billion in stablecoins total. Obviously, inside the United States, we just had the Genius Act pass through Congress, which was largely incentivizing stablecoins. You know who was the big winner out of all that? Ethereum, because Ethereum is the chain that has the most stablecoins on it. Well, it turns out there might be a chain that is effectively just a copy of Ethereum and everything that was on it at the time, which is PulseChain. So if anything, I think that we're in a very good situation right now to benefit very, very well from everything going on with the larger crypto ecosystem. But again, to get back to the question here, how do we incentivize people to come on board to PulseChain and get money on there and start going in that ecosystem so you can thrive over here? The marketing campaign.
We have Just Ask Jesse who joined us, and we're lucky to have all three of you guys on the conference, because you're all giga brains. Welcome, Jesse.
Hey, I'll leave that for these guys.
Good to see you
for the invite. Yeah, you too. You too.
It's been a long time. It's been a while, but we chat behind the scenes, and Jesse and I
we catch up from time to time.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's
Jesse,
really
what have you
good.
been up to these days?
Well, I was just discussing with a couple of the other builders, like there's some builders that stick around, right? And you'll see them in here in this conference. And there's a lot of builders that have come and went. My team is very proud to be one of the first builders on the chain. I'm sure CC as well. I think you're the first one to announce that you're building something. I was with you back then, and we're still here, and we're still keeping our protocols up and running. and we're still coming out with new things. Sometimes they're a little bit slower than people would like, but it feels good to still be around and not one of the teams that just came and went very quickly.
Props.
Love to hear it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Jesse. It's good to see you, mate. And look, I think from our point of view, it's just we need to keep doing that. And coming back to Zenith's comment, what's the incentivization? I think I'd like to think that there's possibly two communities that we need to incentivize. One is just the broader community to educate them in all things crypto, to talk about Pulse Chain, to talk about decentralization. So I think that is definitely an area that we need to continue to focus on. But the other important area is we need to be very appealing to development teams. We need to be able to reach out to other development teams that have built projects on other chains, for example, that may want to actually bring their wares to Pulse Chain. And the best way of doing that, I believe, is to have a community of developers that, we're working together. And that's not easy to do, but I think that's part of the journey. We need to do that. We need to have that community. And in the absence of, we all understand Richard's circumstances, in the absence of that strong leadership on the chain at this point, I think as builders in the community doing what we do, I think we need to collaborate more. And I'd be the first to say that we probably should be doing a hell of a lot more than that.
I like what you I like what you just said, and I got to thinking, like, there is a lot of hate on Pulse Chain. I've read a lot of hate on Twitter over the past couple of days, and some of the comments I've read are, "Oh, this isn't good for our chain. Everyone sees us fighting as a community. We need to pull together." And but I look at other chains like the BNB. Nobody likes anybody over there. Everybody's a scammer. Everybody's trying to take everybody else's money, yet it's one of the largest chains out there. I don't think people fighting in a community or getting along in a community is what brings new members. I think what brings new members is to have a handful of protocols or a bunch with some good, solid leaders of good core protocols. Stablecoins, that's something that always has attracted me to stablecoins or lending protocols. You've got to have those core things on the chain. And then, like all the rest, the personal drama, I don't necessarily think that keeps people from a chain. Like, I think that's all, like, side. That's all, like, other, there's always going to be scammers on a chain, right? There's always going to be people fighting. But as long as you have a core infrastructure of what DeFi needs, you're going to have people coming to the chain to use that stuff.
Yeah. Look, I totally agree. And I think I just noticed in chat, Randy's comments spot on in some respects, and that is that green candles brings attention. And I would argue that's absolutely right. But your fundamentals have to be there as well, right? And you still need to be able to bring to the party something of value. And one of the ethoses of liquid loans has always been never selling. The only thing, and Jesse, you'd acknowledge this, the only thing that we probably didn't sort of reinforce enough is that applied equally to never selling Pulse as it did to never selling the loan token, right? Because the loan token is the yield-bearing token. So don't sell it, stake it, acquire more of the values that you do like, which is Pulse and the stablecoin. And if you do that, you would have been able to share in $12 million worth of fees that have been generated from the start of liquid loans. So to me, that's a challenge. That's a challenge when the mentality is buy low, sell high, whereas our mentality is buy what you value, hang on to the bloody thing, don't sell it, because if you're selling it, you're selling yourself short. And the simple analogy is to say, hey, if you had bought Bitcoin at $5,000 or even $500, how sick would you be feeling right now if you had have sold out at, say, $10,000 or $15,000? So that whole green candle, buy low, sell high, I think that works for a lot of speculative stuff. But for real valuable assets, don't sell, borrow against them. Traditional finance has been doing this for years. That's exactly how they make their money. They don't ever
Right.
sell the assets. They borrow against them.
Another thing that I see, like bringing people together and bringing eyeballs, is isn't just about how many people are joining Pulse Chain, but it's who's joining Pulse Chain. And when I see, like when Brock Pierce came on the conference last night, that it was very much like a value aligning situation where because I'm out there at the libertarian conferences, in this case, at Ron Paul's 90th birthday, and he already saw me at the Bitcoin conference, and I'm out there networking. It's like we're attracting people who are not just billionaires, but are totally down for our mission, and they understand this history of like, well, you know, lots of crypto billionaires don't get treated fairly and have these reputational harms that are caused by the government and by others, and so that was like to me a real turning point was you know, meeting Brock for the second time last weekend at Ron Paul's 90th birthday, and him kind of overhearing me talking about the Hex DeLorean, and then you know, exclaiming he's not a Richard Hart hater, and this, you know, led to an engaging conversation that led to him speaking at the conference, is because we share so many values with everybody in crypto, like true Bitcoiners, true Ethereans, like true Hex and Pulse Chain supporters, like have a lot in common. And so whereas like there is a bag bias with people, I think that the more that we continue to do what we do, and that unfortunately part of what people in Hex and Pulse Chain do is hate on each other, which I guess drives more views, but isn't aligned with my particular values. But then but also being people who don't ask for permission and build things and keep showing up year after year, those are things that that once people figure it out, they're going to be very attracted to it. And I'm hoping that this new marketing campaign will certainly bring people to all the glorious things that have been built on Pulse Chain, such as decentralized stablecoins, such as you know, a cheaper, faster Ethereum.
Maddie, you got a really good point there when it comes to building out the tent, so to speak, which is who are you bringing in and why? And I mean, you even talked about it, going to like the libertarian conferences and stuff. DeFi still very much has libertarian ideals, and those are very important. The other side of the coin, though, is that you have to be able to move beyond that to some degree. It's easy to hold very idealistic views and try to like stay like purely true to them. But if you do that, you're going to end up making some very impractical plays in the real world. And you're also potentially going to exclude some folks. When it comes to extending the tent for all of Pulse Chain, I think there is definitely room for the DeFi nature. Even if you want to go look back at the history of Bitcoin and whatnot, for folks out there, if you want a good history of like how Bitcoin has kind of evolved, go check out Hijacking Bitcoin by Roger Ver. It tells the story of how back in the day, there was a big split inside of the chain because the white paper talks about Bitcoin supposed to be peer-to-peer cash instead of this, what we now have is the view of Bitcoin, which is like digital gold or the on-chain store of value. Because the idea was that you should be able to make small, quick payments to each other anonymously, but as long as you have the address and as long as you have each other's permission, you're pretty much good to go at that point. We've long gone away from that, and there's the big battle over, do we expand the size of blocks on Bitcoin to allow for that peer-to-peer cash transactions, or do we keep Bitcoin as pure as it is right now with zero changes? That was kind of the fight that you saw over there. So when it comes to the fight that we're seeing over here on Pulse Chain, is trying to figure out, okay, what's the core? What's the nature? What's the goal? It's trying to figure out what is the actual use case going on here. I think that Pulse Chain is a very, very good fork of Ethereum from the standpoint of Pulse Chain was launched to make Hex better. It has absolutely done that because A, faster throughput, lower gas fees, meaning you're going to be able to unstake your Hex, pay less gas fees. It's going to go faster as well due to all the calculations and background stuff going on there. So from that standpoint, that's a win. The second step there is, what do we do next? What else can you do? Well, that's where we get these fine gentlemen and people building stuff like liquid loans, which is, there's a lot of space for other protocols. There's a lot of space for a lot of other stuff going on here. But at the same time, it does kind of all revolve back to around those core Pulse chain tokens, which is going to be Pulse, PulseX, Incentive Token, Hex. And those are still very much alive and well. And because they're doing well, I think it creates the space for other people. And that allows you to incentivize other people. Cool, you can come in here for the core coins. These are doing great. They work flawlessly. What's the famous thing? Hex users unaffected whenever something goes wrong? Yeah, exactly. Same thing here in Pulse Chain. So we have space to have DeFi deals. You have space to just stick to the core RH coins or the Pulse Chain coins if you want. And then you also have plenty of space to build. So when it comes to expanding the tent and bringing people in, will the marketing campaign have some effect? Yes, absolutely. Yes. Will it also gather eyes outside of the people that it specifically touches? Also, yes. Shout out to Dollar Cost Crypto, Miguel. He was saying that he thinks that the marketing strategy is actually twofold. Step one is send out the mailers. Step two is watch all the Twitter posts come in of like, what the heck is this? What is Pulse Chain? What is this going on? So it helps generate that buzz and that hype beyond that. It's multi-tiered approaches to how we do this stuff so we can actually attract those people that are outside the ecosystem, let them know that, yes, the ecosystem is alive and thriving, and there's plenty of room.
Postcards 2.0. What do you think,
2.0, baby?
I think there's other things that can be done. And look, I know Jesse's for what I know, Jesse, he's a very lateral thinker, and I think he'll have some ideas around this as well. But our view, and we've started this as well, is we're presenting at a number of conferences globally, right? So a big part of our play is to make sure that we're presenting in front of these audiences. And look, I have a history of that in my background, and you know, I guess from me, I'm in a comfortable space presenting at those sort of forums. But it's actually what you get out of that. It's so much out there. Like we went to Dubai recently to present. People just don't know anything about Pulse Chain, and whilst they're in the space, they just don't know about it. And then as soon as you mention what it is and the benefits of using a protocol like liquid loans, it's like the lights switch on. And then it's like, okay, how do we then propagate that message? Because the reality is at a lot of these conferences, I believe, it's not really the immediate audience. It's what you do with the material that you collect from that. So for example, there'll be videos, there'll be clips that are taken at the conference, and then we can help to promote that to a much broader audience. And I think that's part of it, right? So we'll be doing a hell of a lot more of that over the next 6
Are you guys
to 12
going
months.
to Token 2049?
Yes, we are. Yeah, we'll be there. Cool. Yeah. So there's a number of them coming up. And it's exciting. And it's, for us, that's one avenue. The marketing efforts that Zenith has just flagged, I think that's another. But, you know, to me, there's a whole bunch of opportunity out there to get our message out. And I think we'll do our bit. And I'm sure others. And Jesse, I'm sure you've got some ideas yourself.
That's a big deal. Yeah. And thank you from everybody in Pulse Chain. You know, Richard is really proud of people who do outbound messaging. And so I know that there's like so much hate on like, you know, from the peanut gallery, but from the people who are visionaries who really matter. And from the leadership that's been here, I think this is a huge benefit and something to really look forward to hear that CC is going to be doing a world tour at key crypto conferences, letting the world know about Pulse Chain. That rocks. Thank you.
CC, you had a really good point there, and I don't think this one can really be overstated, which is that people don't know a whole lot about crypto projects outside of like Bitcoin and Ethereum. This is something that I think we've seen this for a long time, especially this cycle too, because we're getting a compounding effect with all the ETFs that went mainstream in the United States, which is that a lot of people, even more so, have just been getting in on the cryptocurrency sphere, if you will. So we've been fielding this question for a long time, which is that people just don't know what's out there. And now we also have the new influx of all the ETF folks, which is they also don't know what's out there beyond just the big Bitcoin and Ethereum stuff. meaning that it's primed the pump again, so to speak, which is that there's a new crowd of folks that are getting in on the first floor and they're looking for more stuff that's out there. So I think that when it comes to timing, this is a really critical time to let people know what's going on out there. Even outside of just Pulse Chain, there's a lot of other like good L1s and L2s and protocols and stuff that like really have like, they have some good bones and they make sense and they work, but people just don't know about it. So again,
well, let's throw it to Jesse too, because it
Yeah.
sounds like we're both like reiterating that what CC is doing rocks.
You know, I think something that Pulse Chain does really well, or the community members do really well for the most part, is simply being present. So if you look, back in the olden days, Richard Hart was present a lot, and he was an educator, right? He was very glad to have people come in so he could teach them how to do crypto correctly and tell them about his product hacks and whatnot. And what did that do? That led to a humongous community that all understood how it worked, all wanted to buy the thing, and then a lot of people did very well, right? Because he was present. And what you've seen with a number of leaders in the Pulse Chain community is a lot of the same thing. You've seen, a couple of few dozen people who are always present, ready to educate and teach about this protocol or that protocol, or how to do self-custody, if you want to call it that, or the safe ways to operate in crypto, what to stay away from, which protocols are likely to scam things, which ones are likely the good ones. People who are just willing to be present and educate strangers is something that you don't really find on other chains. And it worked really, really good for Hex. It's worked okay for Pulse Chain. I think we could get better, but I think that's the thing we need to latch on to, is educating new community members.
I want to throw like a really quick plug here, because I said I would find a time to do it at some point in the conference, to say that Tam, one of the premier hexicans that really promotes and believes in delayed gratification and being all in on Hex, she is starting a new education effort. And I said at some point here in the conference, I would share her tweet that it gives the announcement that she's starting this Richard Hart University Twitter Spaces. And so I'll drop that here in the chat so that everybody can check it out. And I don't know if I can screen share here. I'll share it real quick so you can make sure you land in the right spot. But here's Tam's announcement that she is on a mission to create a world-class curriculum for new onboards. And this is exactly what we're talking about here, where people who have been around for years, or even if they didn't get in from the beginning, they are getting the education and the good word out. So thanks to her.
Absolutely. To help hype up our girl Tam here. By the way, for those of you that don't know, Tam is fantastic. She's a wonderfully positive woman, does great stuff for us. And unless your name is Sami, odds are she probably has more reach and more visibility than everyone else out here. She does the best job of promoting, not just inside of the Pulse Chain ecosystem, but outside of it as well. It is verifiable by data. She has fantastic reach, and I think she does really, really good work. So I'm very excited to see what she does with this project, and would love to help out however I possibly can as well. And I think a lot of us would also be right there along the same sentiment.
Agree. Totally agree.
All right, Maddie, it appears we have reached an impasse. What do you got for us?
Well, I mean, you're the one who brought me into this panel, and I want to hear what you guys have to say about Pulse Chain. And I'm just here for the ride.
Let me jump in. So I think one of the things that's I kind of really like some of the content that's produced. So Dollar Cost Crypto, for example, I think his reach is really growing significantly. I really appreciate why he's in that particular direction. So whilst he doesn't always talk all things Pulse Chain, because he's talking more broadly, he's getting to a larger audience. And sure, there may be opportunity to present the benefits of Pulse Chain. So for me, that's an important step. And whilst we have the Liquid Loans YouTube channel and we present content on there, we've also created another channel called the Coin Zone. And Paul's the speaker there, and we're slowly growing that particular channel with the same type of aim, that we're talking broader crypto topics. And the reason for that is we want to grow the audience. And you know, obviously, maybe subtly or less subtly, it's actually sponsored by Liquid Loans. So the intent is you reach the broader audience, educate with good quality content, and hopefully people then connect the dots and think, oh, what's Liquid Loans? Oh, they're on Pulse Chain. What's Pulse Chain? So they're the sort of things that I think will help. And we're really happy to do that. But it takes it's a longer journey, right? But it's an important journey for us to be taking.
What do you guys say to content creators who get hate? How does one navigate that?
When they get hate,
they get hate.
I get hate every day.
You should only care about the feedback from people that you really care about. Into the ecosystem of Twitter, X, YouTube, whatever, wherever you stream. Like, can you get any feedback from anybody? Yes, absolutely. Is all of it constructive? I would argue no. If anything, I kind of made a joke because I think I was on with Maddie. I want to say it was like you and me on Crispy Man's stream, and we were talking, and then someone retweeted on X and then said I looked like some sort of douche or something. And I was like, we've made it. We've made it. We've started getting the internet hate. That's how we know we're getting out there a bit. It's like, just care about the stuff you care about. Take everything with a grain of salt. And when it comes to the hate, it's like, do you care about it? Is it relevant? If it's a good point, then it's a good point. But at the same time, if it's just people trying to tear you down or just kind of be haters online, then that kind of just goes along with the internet space at this point. Like, just understand what it is.
Yeah. I think the other is that it's easy to, it's hard not to get riled up, right? So internally, it's like you get the hate and you think, you really get angry about it. But then that doesn't serve a purpose. All it does is create an attention to the wrong action. I think the way you deal with all of the hate is just present facts. Like, present the facts and explain the facts, and hopefully engage people so that they understand what is the journey, what's the process that we're going through. And I must admit, I think Jesse copped a lot of this at the beginning for us, and thank you, Jesse. but I know that Jesse had the same approach. It's like, okay, well, you've got to stay calm and collected and present the facts. And generally, people that have, will engage with you on that level will eventually see the facts for what they are.
Definitely. If you want to get a little bit deeper on this as well, one way that you could look at negative feedback when it comes to what we're doing online is that the reality is that we're in a competitive space. There's a finite amount of dollars in the world, unless you're the Federal Reserve, but that's neither here nor there. But there's a finite amount of dollars that everyone inside of the entire ecosystem is chasing. So if your protocol or your ecosystem or your chain is doing very well, then theoretically that means that those are dollars that are not flowing elsewhere. Because we are in a competitive space, it is all in our best interest to try to chase it as much as we possibly can. One of the ways that you could theoretically counteract that is some sort of mass marketing campaign or social media campaigns throwing negativity at other chains to try to dissuade the general public from going there. So could it be that you're genuinely getting some negative feedback on you personally? Yeah, it's possible. Could it also be part of the larger ecosystem going on, which is that we're all fighting for things here. We're all fighting for attention and dollars. Yes, I think that is a very realistic take as well. So it's understanding what is actually legitimate criticism that could be taken in, understood, and then acted upon versus what is natural competition inside of the space, and understanding that it's kind of the game a little bit, which is that we are all competing for something. And that is a potential strategy that can be used against adversaries or against you if you're someone else's adversary, so to speak. Again, we have finite amount of resources, so we're always chasing something, whether it's economics or attention.
A lot of companies,
go ahead.
Big companies will have like a complaint department. An area on their website where you can file a complaint. And then there's other places where if you're not happy with the service you got at a restaurant or some other sort of business, you just jump online to any number of ranking websites and you tell about your experience and you say how horrible it was. We don't really have that in crypto. Okay, what we have is Twitter or X and Telegram and a couple other platforms. So I do think it's important to know and listen to what even the haters are saying, and you yourself can talk to your closest confidants and determine what of that is legitimate that you need to think about, and then what of it is just noise. And oftentimes, right, it's often just noise because those people may have their own agenda or their own protocol that they're launching that's very similar to yours, or they simply don't like yours because they invested in somebody else's. A lot of that, it seems like 90% of it is just noise, but there's always going to be that 10% that's like, hey, I wonder if we should really think about changing something we're doing because we've got this portion of the community that's not happy.
Yeah, one of the things that I've found really encouraging from this conference and all the conferences is that I get feedback from some people saying that now they want to become a streamer because they did their first stream at a conference. And I also get feedback that people have found their new favorite streamer to follow throughout the next 6 months or a year before the next conference is happening, because they get such a good spread of all the different voices. And so that's definitely a positive of what comes out of streaming. What is it that that allows you guys to do what you do?
Well, I mean, when you have a community of people who are actually invested, they put their hard-earned time and dollars into something that you've built and released out there, you've got almost like this lifelong commitment. Even if the thing is immutable and there's nothing you can do to change it, right? You've almost got like this lifelong commitment to be there right alongside with them, right? Whether that's through education or pointing them in the right direction, or just simply being present, like I said earlier, just simply being present.
So you see it as like a loyalty thing and a consistency.
It's just like a family, You're not gonna spend a lot of time building something, and then years in some cases making some creation, blood, sweat, and tears into something, and then just dump it on the community and then just leave and delete all your social medias and then never talk to them ever again, unless you actually are a scammer. But if it's something that you actually believe in, regardless of the performance of the coin that may be attached to the thing, if it's something that you believe in, and you've also got a community out there of sometimes thousands of people that also believe, or at one point believed in that thing, you need to be right there with them. It's important. You can't leave them behind. You've got to be some sort of leader.
Yeah.
Respect.
I think that's the reality, that people that sort of develop and run, and there's plenty of that. They don't believe in what they've built, and more importantly, I think there's other elements to it as well. And I'm sure Jesse knows about this, is that just because you deploy contracts on a chain, if your offering requires support of some description, so for example, you might be using AWS, or there might be a whole bunch of other systems and back of house systems that you're using, you've still got to maintain those things. You've still got to look after those things. So not only do you have to look after the community that's supporting you, but you've also got to do all the technical stuff in the background as well. And that has to be maintained. So it's never as easy as you just launch and then you can head off into the sunset. It's you've got a commitment to make, and we're still here. We're building, and we're trying to do more outreach. So I think that's testament to everyone that's in this particular group now, and that is that we're still here despite all of that, inverted commas, hate, and there's a lot of it, and some of it's very unsavory.
Right.
We're still here. We're still here. We're still developing. We're doing our bit to make sure that we honor the commitments that we've made.
That's true.
Respect.
Maddie, to answer your question of why do the streaming thing, I think that for me personally, to do streaming, it's a bit of a doubling down on your initial investment, which is, Jesse mentioned it, which is that people are investing their time and their energy and attention into this. So if you've already invested your money into this thing, then doubling down and doing the streaming stuff just means you're paying more attention to what's going on. You're trying to spread the message. You're trying to learn as much as you possibly can as well. I think all of us here would say that we're always trying to learn something new every day, especially inside of the space and anything even remotely adjacent to the space. And part of that is building community, building connections so that we can also learn from each other and understand and really figure out what we're missing to improve on it. So again, the streaming is just a doubling down of everything going on, which is you already put your money in the space. You might as well make your investment worth something additional, which is putting your time in to either get better understanding of what's going on around you or a better understanding of how to move in the space and the fundamentals of the asset that you've invested in already. So it's acknowledging what you've already put in and then putting in a little bit more from yourself. So like over on DGen Roundtable, whenever we close out streams, we always thank people for spending your time with us because we know it's a valuable asset, just like your money. And it's the same thing, which is you're already putting in so much. So why not double down and put in the rest of the bit, which is your time and attention. At worst, you're going to maybe make some friends along the way. At best, you're going to gain some knowledge that's going to help you improve your initial investment.
Absolutely.
So the awareness stuff for me is crucial, and all of this plays into awareness. I'm going to be controversial here because I think I see this topic out there a fair bit at the moment, and I have a particular view. People are sort of suggesting that there's some sort of sovereign wealth fund that, it's the Ethereum that's sitting out there that we can bring into the chain, and we should be doing that and pumping the price. To me, that is not the way that you build awareness. And the reason for it is, whilst we'd all feel great if that were to happen, it's short term, and it's moving towards a more centralized version of what has been built. What you want to be doing is raising awareness for the benefits of using the chain and all the protocols that exist on the chain. That's how you build it. You don't build it by bringing in value from outside the chain in the hope to pump the tires, so to speak. It's just not. I honestly don't think that's going to happen, and if it does, well, it does. But my view is awareness is what's needed now, not just pump the price of the token in the hope that brings awareness without all the extra work that's required. Maybe it's a combination of the two. I'm not sure, but I don't necessarily see that that's the answer.
I hear that a lot, or read that a lot. People literally think that because they sacrificed a bunch of value to Richard, that he's going to bring it right back and like give it right back to him. Now, I don't know about you, but like when I sacrificed, I didn't think, oh, okay, I'm going to give this value to Richard, but I'm only doing it because I think he's going to give it right back to me 2 or 3 years from now.
Correct.
Right? Maybe along the way, the price went down a lot and a lot of people left, and then he'll just pump it and it'll be 10 times more than the value I give. That's not why I sacked. And that's not why anybody who's sacked. But now all of a sudden they realize that the sack was so big, $1 billion or $2 billion, whatever it was. And they're like, oh, that was a lot of money. Maybe he'll give it all back to us. And that's the hope that they're hanging on to. And that's just the wrong hope. What we should be trying to do is the right thing, forgetting about that value and just trying to build a bigger community, because it is a pretty cool chain and it's faster and not always faster, but it's fast enough, and it's substantially cheaper than Ethereum. and it does all the same things and can pull in all the upgrades that Ethereum has. So we should be educating. It all goes back to bringing in more community members.
Right.
You know, Jesse, it's almost like when Richard Hart was doing the SAC, he kept saying this thing about, I don't work for you. You should have no expectations of profits. That leads exactly into what you were just saying there.
What a
it applies
coincidence.
to all the sacrifices. It applies to everyone. It applies to us equally. And it's just the same story. But the reality is, because we're available, and look, the reality is, we can't walk away from the fact that people are hurting, right? They're hurting. They're hurting because the price of the tokens that they've sacrificed for are not where they would have liked them to be. No one's happy about that. But the reality is that you can't just expect money to be thrown in on the basis that you're just going to provide exit liquidity. And how on earth does that build a chain? It doesn't. It doesn't build anything.
And oftentimes it does more harm than good. Actually, because, you know, let's pretend Richard did that, or any other team did that right now. There's some giant whales who could just run off with all of it, and then the price would be the exact same, if not worse, than it is now. And then what? Then it's like, oh, we're right back where we started, and Richard doesn't have all that money anymore because he gave it away to so and so. So it never works out the way people are imagining it might in their head.
Gentlemen, you're spot on, because that kind of ecosystem would be artificial. Artificial is not what we're going for here. If you really want the chain to survive, then just trying to artificially boost it at the top there, it's a very negative value play for Richard, which doesn't make any sense. But at the same time, it's also a very negative signal to the external world there, which is that, yeah, sure, there was a liquidity pump there at the end, but it was all planned and didn't have any actual effect outside of just some guy giving a bunch of money away. So again, it doesn't make sense for me for that standpoint.
There was, like, in my opinion, also controversial, a positive development where a community member, I think it was during our anniversary, I did an anniversary stream, like a 24-hour thing earlier this year for Hex, or maybe that was the end of last year. And there was this radical idea to cut off the inflation to Hex because it was creating too much sell pressure, brought on by dip catcher Tanto Nomini. And sure enough, couple weeks later, or whatever it was, the inflation got cut off, and you know, that
and then people sell anyway because there's no reason to hold on to it. So it's like,
and that's it makes for good debate and like everything like that. But I think that the idea is that these systems are evolving, and that the community does like provide leadership, and you know, that's part of the point of being in DeFi is, like, you know, if somebody has a good idea, or if you know, if the OA like hears about something good, well, yeah, maybe that happens. So
just on another matter, there's two things I wanted to raise, and I know we're getting close to time, but personally, I don't think the SEC case stuff, we haven't leveraged that enough, right? The reality is that it's come out, but it's kind of like, meh, ho-hum. No one really cares. Right. And then it's like, and I think it's the decentralized piece that's really important there. The other thing to bear in mind, I believe, is, and this is more on a geopolitical frame, that the US is really moving away from, or trying to divorce itself from its traditional way of generating dollars. And what I mean by that is the fact that it's actually adopting USDT pseudo, it's not actually bringing it into the fold, but it's actually suggesting, hey, this is not a bad thing. And the rationale, as I understand it, is USDT is backed by treasury bills, right? So that's a good thing. That's a really good thing. And, you know, with the travels that I've done, it's actually quite noticeable, the number of people that use USDT on the Tron network, for example, and they're using it to transact. They're doing that. I think the more of that we can tap into and the more of that we can actually get to those audiences, I think they'll start to see the value of true decentralization. And I think that's the direction we're heading in. So being able to sort of connect with that somehow, leverage the hell out of the SEC case. We haven't done enough with it. There has to be more that we can talk about on that front to that particular audience, you know?
Well, TC, you're hurting my feelings here. Nuclear Herbs and I have been shouting about this to the high heavens for a while now.
Well,
I mean, hell,
we're going to do a
went to New
segment
York for that.
tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're kicking off the conference with a segment with Nuclear Herbs, Zenith, and I to talk about all of the court progress we're making and we've made in the SEC case, in the hot dog case in South Carolina, and more.
Just saying that out loud makes me roll my eyes every time. We have a hot dog case. Oh my gosh. No, CC, your point is entirely well taken, which is that, yes, the SEC case was a massive, massive win, not just for Richard Hart, but for the entire crypto ecosystem as a whole. But still very much importantly for the Richard Hart ecosystem and Pulse Chain and PulseX and Hex, which is that the SEC under the leadership of Gary Gensler was very much anti-crypto. Like, I think his favorite thing to say on public air was that crypto is full of hucksters, fraudsters, and scammers. And it's like, sure, if you want to account for less than 3% of all cybercrime in the world. And it's like, even on top of that other 97%, you know what the number one vehicle for that is? Oh, it's the US dollar. Isn't that unfortunate to talk about? But yes, you're very correct. The SEC case has been absolutely massive because it shows that these governmental organizations that have been trying to go after crypto, whether you think it's well-founded or unfounded, the basis of even going after that was found to be just not valid. And it goes back to when we were in New York City, and the judge, Carol Ammon at the time, she asked the question, where does the blockchain live? And the SEC couldn't come up with a good answer. And it just goes to show that this stuff really does transcend borders. And it goes to show that the use case for crypto is that it is peer-to-peer cash, it is trustless verification, and you can take it anywhere in the world in any second, pretty much. Like, someone out there, please let me know what happens the next time you try to go across an international border with either a suitcase full of gold bars or over $100,000 in cash. Like, just let me know how that goes for you. Because the reality, exactly, yoink is the word there. Because the reality is that the way that the government see it is that stuff is not yours. When it comes to crypto, it is truly the way to have ownership over something that is able to be taken anywhere with you that you want, and that it's very, very difficult to stop. And it's not from like the illegality standpoint, but it's from the standpoint of like, yes, this thing is truly yours. It is yours. That is your economic energy that you have transferred into this asset, and you can take with you anywhere, anytime, instantaneously.
Well said.
Yeah, agree. I think for me, it would be good to hear Richard, and maybe this is out there already. Richard Hart and Pulse Chain has actually saved crypto in general and saved the notion of true decentralization. Right? That to me is crucial. And I know you've been spruiking about it, Zenith, but I just feel that there has to be more. And I'm just
absolutely
the note I'm making, the note that I'm making for myself out of this is when I'm presenting, that's exactly how I'll speak about Pulse Chain and Richard Hart, that they actually have defended your right to remain decentralized.
Yeah. And this is perhaps a victory that's playing out over a many-year period in terms of the price performance. And, everybody who's thinking that, you would get rich quick, maybe they haven't studied up on Hex enough to know that it's about delayed gratification. And so again, however unpopular that may sound, if we look at Richard's history and the history of the people who are proving that they're the most long-term minded, that's where the real gains might be. And that's what we've yet to see. We still don't know what the ultimate reward will be for people who have staked the longest and the people who have contributed the most and believed the most in Pulse Chain. But I can personally say it's very encouraging to see this community stick around through so many years of conferences and ups and downs.
Yeah. And look, from my point of view, it's been really good to be on this stream. really good to connect with you, Zenith. I know we've not had much to do in the
Likewise.
past, but hopefully we can do a little bit more in the future. And Maddie, thank you for
absolutely.
the opportunity of presenting.
My
And
pleasure.
Jesse, good to see you, mate. I know we chat a lot, but it's really nice to see you.
Someday we'll actually meet in person.
Yeah.
We've known each other for, I don't know, 4 years now or so.
Yeah. Yep.
Well,
absolutely.
Yeah, I've got that too with some close friends in crypto. So let's go ahead and have everybody in the chat. And now's your chance to type PLS in the chat to be randomly selected to win $160 worth of Piteus tokens. I want to thank the speakers here on the screen. You guys rock. I have like deep admiration for all of you. And I also want to shout out the fact that Liquid Loans sponsored 2 of my previous conferences, and I'm extremely grateful for that. We have our sponsors this time around of Texicoin.org. We heard from founder Bobby Gray earlier tonight. Of course, we're doing the Piteus giveaways here, 10 different rounds of people winning $160. And then we also have pulseland.io that help make this conference possible. Go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button and share this out. This is it's a huge honor to host as always, and I'm just really pleased that we've got 55 plus speakers again this year. We had a couple of people not show up today, and their spots were immediately filled by other people that wanted to speak. And so that's like a really cool. For example, Corey Geary got hit with a hurricane in Puerto Rico, but he's doing okay. Well, I guess the storm missed them, but knocked out their power. So he'll be speaking tomorrow instead. And we've got truly an incredible lineup tomorrow. We're gonna do the legal talk for the first hour, and as I already referenced, and then there's gonna be this like huge lineup of like 10-minute talks. Xavier, who's this huge influencer that just joined Pulse Chain. We'll have Corey Geary. We'll have Das Bomb, Brother KG. We'll have Access Live, Buckamentals, Hexastani Dylan, Jexa, Pulseland. We'll have a power panel with Big Kurkowski, Fast Abdul, Jexa, and Hodpearl, and then have our final hour with myself, Rachel, Fast Abdul, Whitney, Magic, Zenith, Access Live, Timothy Benjamin, Hex Monkey, and Cabana Crypto. So a lot to look forward to still. And let me share my screen very quickly here as we wrap up the conference for tonight. And we will pick a winner to DM me on Twitter and claim your prize. We've got, who do we have here? Spirit of
Mentos.
Go ahead and DM me at x.com/MATI all in. And let me know your Pulse Chain wallet address, and I will send you those PTS tokens. Let me see. Thanks to our stage manager, Rachel, for making this stream possible. And thanks again to the speakers here on the screen. Until next time, stay wisely, my friends.
Maddie, if you don't mind, real quick, I do have
Please.
a final message of hope before we get out of here. I did tease it at the beginning. We have the quarterly Hex stakeholder thing, but I got to say this. As it stands right now, Pulse Chain, $845 million market cap. That puts Pulse Chain alone at around 130-ish when it comes to overall crypto. Hex on Pulse Chain alone is right around 110 or 111, however you count it. So is it small? A little bit. Is it still a major crypto? Absolutely. Over the last 90 days, we've seen Pulse Chain and Hex both go up about 22% on average over the whole thing. We also, at the same time, saw PulseX actually hit parity with Pulse Chain at one point there of 1-to-1. If you remember, for those OGs out there, when we launched the chain, that was about 4-to-1 to begin with. So there's a lot of movement inside of the chain. There's a lot of movement in the chain overall in comparison to the rest of the ecosystem. And as it stands right now with the rest of the space going on, we're only going up from here. There's a lot of great stuff in the pipeline, whether it's finally tying up some of those loose ends from the legal stuff that we're going to talk about tomorrow, or if it's actually the mass marketing campaign coming out, or all the fantastic conferences that are going on this weekend and next week with RH Max doing the Hex conference over there. There's a lot of energy going on over here, and there's a lot of great things to come. So don't sleep on it. The dream is still very much alive, and there's a lot of good folks doing a lot of good work out there, like these two fine gentlemen here with me, CC and Jesse, and the fine gentleman putting on the conference all together, none other than Matty Allen.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, what a positive message to end on. We love all the content creation that happens. We beg you to get the naming right. So I think it's the Hex Week that's happening.
Thank you. Apologies, my bad.
To this. And to wrap up the second day of the PulseChainConference.com, thanks again for tuning in. And until next time, stake wisely, my friends, and peace out.
Thanks, guys.
See a brainologist and a fashion coder. Get your crypto heartbeat up before it's over. Check my post. Stop by guys to stay bull run ready. Needy's not tired. And on the corner of Westcott needs yes. Saw a picture of Rich in Georgia in a wedding dress. Yes. Hard Prilla class T fools. Met a pirate. Johnny's chaos broke loose. Heard a Hex siren and SJ appeared. But I saw whales only, no dolphins on the pier. Cosmic Cowboy saw the street it was on. When Whitney did her magic and Toby Wan's Patamon. Wore a couple shirts while waving goodbye that said RH Max and Access was alive. Then I met Corey, a big time investor. Met another Corey, intellectual impressor. Robbie got me hyped, now we dance carefree. And Julie got her dress on with Lindsay and Marie. This compassion in crypto. Ask Black KC, Forrest, Robert, Quinn, or David Lee. Sandy Beach sounds good. A Black Texicoin winning like some Mexican or DJ from Poly. Raw Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got Post Chain, Post X. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game. Which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the Post Chain. Raw Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA.